up, guys? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Idaho4. Stephen Tsai won a trial. Well, so do I. That's the title here tonight. Chris Whitcomb popped on over with Live Now Fox, and he was interviewed for a brief, 6 or 7 minutes. So I want to welcome everybody back to a late night here, 10:45 Eastern Standard Time. But all the people on the West Coast are loving this. They're like, oh, it's 7:45 here. Yeah. So do me a favor at some point with all of my videos. I will never tell you guys how to think, how to feel. Give your comments. Leave them in the live chat section if you are watching this live. If you happen to watch a replay, you can use the comment section of the video. Make yourself known by thumbsing it up or thumbsing it down. Yeah. So welcome. My name is Lana, and I'll be your host as always. West Coast. Well, I put this out earlier in a community post, but those of you guys that maybe don't get to see that or don't check it out, thought it was interesting that the last 4 digits of Daniel B. Tanego's phone was 8548. Very similar to Brian Kohlberger's phone. 8548. And Curtis Whitcomb, or Daniel Tanego, all that big debacle of, running plates and craziness. But Brett Payne, he actually, in a couple of his reports, he messed up the last 4 numbers and put them in a different order. Curious if that has anything to do with, Daniel Tanego's last 4 digits being 8548. So, again, let's take a look here. First, I want to go to right here.
Life in prison and a fabricated description of death row to pressure him into a deal. Can that type of thing invalidate a guilty plea like he submitted?
Technically, it can. I think the odds are very, very long against him. He gave up many of his appeals, as we know from watching the hearing, the change of plea hearing with Judge Hippler, as a condition of his plea. We know he's a 27-year-old man at the time, sound mind, well-educated. He stood up, was asked very specific questions time and time again by Judge Hippler, and stated unequivocally that he was guilty of these crimes. Something has changed his mind at this point. We know now that he's alleging ineffective counsel from Ann Taylor and his team, or her team. I think it's a very, very long shot. I'm not an attorney. Attorneys I've spoken with agree that it's a very long shot that this will end up going back to trial.
Does anything in this filing qualify as genuinely new evidence? Did we learn anything new from Kohlberger's letter?
No, well, the filing itself, and those who have seen it online, it's basically just a standardized form, and he hand wrote it from jail. He doesn't have an attorney at this point. I think today the judge or the legal system just said they would appoint him a lawyer, so I don't think it's over. That doesn't mean it's going to go all the way forward. But he really basically alleges all the things that you just stated and uses one example of one thing that one piece of evidence that I did in fact talk about in my book. And that's it. We don't know what he's thinking. We don't know what he sees as evidence. We don't know what Ann Taylor did not tell him according to his appeal. All that'll come out. But it is very, very unusual. It is a long shot by most estimations.
This case returns to trial. Long shot, but if it does return to trial, what evidence would be most vulnerable under cross-examination? What are some of the evidential pieces that you wrote about in the book?
Well, the prosecution case comes down to three specific lines of evidence. One is the white Elantra seen in videotape that the prosecution alleges is Kohlberger's. The second is cell phone data, which was his phone was turned off at the time of the crimes, but cell phone analysis by the FBI's cellular analysis support team, the CAS team, indicates a connection between Kohlberger and the house. The third is DNA found on a knife sheath snap. That evidence, the prosecution believes would have put him on death row. It was a death penalty case. Kohlberger may or may not have known from Ann Taylor many things that I brought up in the book. And I've got to say, this book really is the first time that anybody has looked at the evidence we would have seen had it gone to trial. If this case had gone to trial, I would not have written this book. There'd been no need for it. But after the case, many sources, a number of sources, approached me because they saw things that stood out as troublesome and thought because it had not gone to trial that it should enter the public discussion. Since then, some of this has come out in the public domain. But in this book, I talk about specific elements: DNA, cell tower, other people in witness testimony, things of that nature, that just don't add up. And I think many of the people who've read this book have discussed these issues and understand that maybe these are the things that Brian Koberger is talking about, not having access to from his defense team.
Is it possible that Koberger read your book?
Well, I've never met Brian Koberger. I've not talked to Brian Koberger. I've not talked to his family, but he did use the term broken plea in a note that he sent to the New York Times. And he does specifically cite evidence that I alone bring up in the book. I've not seen it anyplace else. I think he did read the book. I don't know that what, if anything, in that he's using, but he did use the term broken plea in talking about the book. And it is the first time that evidence like this has been brought forward for public discussion.
Where does this go from here? You say this is a long shot. So is it possible that this simply gets shut down, it gets dismissed, and then nothing more happens from there? Is there anything else that we should be watching out for with the Idaho4 case?
It's not over. It's not over, but you bring up a good point. It is, the next step would be that he's given up counsel. He's sworn off Ann Taylor and her counsel because of the allegations of ineffective counsel. And I believe, though I have not seen the report, but I've been told that the courts did grant him access to a new attorney. If that's the case, we could expect filings that would lead to a hearing and potentially, though I'll say again, I think it's a very, very long shot, this could come back to further judicial process. So at this point, I'm talking about what I've already written in the book. I'm not talking about anything else because I wrote the book after the court proceedings and I don't want to interfere with what happens moving forward. But that information's in the book.
Chris Whitcomb, we appreciate the time. Former FBI agent and the author of Broken Plea.
All right, so I went ahead and reached out to Chris and asked him if he had seen Cy and Steve's. I said, hey, have you seen Cy and Steve's interview? No, not yet. I saw there was one, but didn't catch it. I said, well, he thinks you and Turvey are scamming, and Turvey and Ann are in on some weird shit. He said, ha ha ha, because I said, I mean, I don't know, somebody's blowing off their dick here. I'm just a straight shooter, man. Ha ha, Lana, you know a lot. Be real. You know more about this shit than anyone. He said, scamming, question mark. Oh, yeah. I said, well, I was just shocked, so I was curious, you know. So, Chris Whitcomb has always given me a lot of praise and credit for the work that we've done over here. So I think it's funny, though, that on Fox he said that in public discussions, you know, I appreciate and value his book because it's not redacted, you know, so we were able to get stuff where we're playing like the, you know, fill in the blank game. And it would just be so helpful if we could just get a couple more of those, you know, specifically some of the ones that I've been looking into. So again, welcome back. Truth and Transparency. Appreciate you guys for being here. This was a super late night live that I fired up here at 10:45. Thank you so much, Phantom 67ers. Is that 67 or is it 67? For the gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Now, of course, you know, after we just digested, you know, I took 5 hours and some change to go through Cy's interview with Steve and Brian Enton, who, I mean, Brian Enton, his platform was just used, man. It has 210,000 views right now. So it was to get out to the masses. Obviously, I mean, but you know me and reading my papers here. So on page 13 of his report, while I have identified locations Mr. Kober and the deceased frequented in common stores located in a small community, I am unable to pinpoint any time periods that may indicate any persons of interest could have come into direct contact in these common locations. Okay. Again, that's from Cyray's book. It's from his report. Now, this report was authored. Okay. This report was authored on so on October 27, 2023, I signed a confidentiality agreement to allow me to review the data in this case. I signed a confidentiality agreement. Page 1. It was at this time I discovered the case was regarding State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kober, case number blank, blank, blank. Because, remember, Mr. Slavinsky voiced some concerns as to the accuracy of the data and the ability to verify it. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Mr. Slavinsky stated he would speak with the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to review the data. And so Slavinsky brings him on as basically a peer reviewer. Over the course of November of 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. That was in November of 2023. And the evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts, mobile device geolocation data, police reports, drive test and FBI CAS report, timelines, surveillance video, and financial records. Now, on page 13, I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd of 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kober's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. That is the complete opposite of what was said today. Again, that's page 14 of his report. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kober's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I am unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kober frequenting locations also frequented by the deceased's. Now, remember your reports, okay? When you're an expert, you're provided material and you could only work within that material, okay? Because that's all you have to work with, okay? And I noticed that the evidence I reviewed was mainly, okay? Ann Taylor, okay, so let me just break this down. The way that Ann Taylor was receiving, I already know what Pavarotti said. I don't have to listen to Pavarotti. Okay? Because I don't agree with what Pavarotti is saying. He thinks that Cyray and Ann are still like all kumbaya or something like that. Does anybody have any idea what took place today? This is unprecedented. what took place today is here for a layman. It looks like Cy just took a gun and shot off his own dick. That's what we watched today. That's what y'all watched. That's for layman's. There you go. What we watched today is a guy take a gun and shot off his own dick. Okay? If you guys think that this was some plan, y'all are nuts. That Ann Taylor and that, nuts. So, Ann Taylor, she has 16 experts that just are alone are on the case for the guilt or innocence phase, okay? Ann Taylor, the way that she was getting discovery in this case, okay, it was coming in piecemeal all over the place, right? She's continuing to do requests for discovery. She had over 25 supplemental requests, and one supplemental could have anywhere between 1 to 100 requests within it that you're seeking, okay? And when she's getting things, and the question would be is, yes, he was given material. All of these individual experts are given the material to just do what they're supposed to do. You don't go and give people material, okay, and for them to look at material that has nothing to do with what they're doing. Nothing. Okay? You don't do that. That's actually not what you're doing. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You have a false confession expert, let's say, you're giving them what they need to do their job. And then they're supposed to list out everything that they received. For example, Matt Nodell. What's his report at? There we go. Matt Nodell, in his report, and same thing with Barbara Wolf, they list the names of the files that they even looked at, that they were provided. Okay. Case materials examined and conducted in the examination. This is from Kathleen Bright Birnbaum. She's from Tucson, Arizona. She has listed every individual thing, and there's 33 things that are listed. She received the Idaho State Police Forensic Field Service reports, Idaho State Police Forensic Latent Print Examination reports, the Field Service notes, the latent print notes. Number 5 is item number 1, digital copy of the photographs of the K-bar leather knife sheath. Number 6, items 32.1 through 32.3. Item number 7 was, so she's listing everything, okay? Everything that she received. Tom Slavinsky. On October 10th, 2023, Tom Slavinsky was contacted. October 10th, 2023. he was contracted by Ann Taylor. So contracted versus contacted, there could be some more dates, but this is interesting. Cyray says, in October of 2023, I was retained by the attorneys for Brian Kober as an expert in the field of cell tower and all this stuff. He doesn't give an exact date, but then he says, on October 27th, I signed my confidentiality agreement. The reason I'm saying that is because if Tom Slavinsky was just brought in on October 10th, not that much time went by before he's talking to Cyray. So Tom Slavinsky's saying that on October 10th, this analyst was contracted by attorney Ann Taylor. Tom was requested by Ann Taylor to analyze many and various CDRs, including the AT&T call detail records pertaining to mobile telephone number 8458. In addition to that, he was provided CDR data including Chapin's, Jack Decor, Bethany Funk, Verizon, Bethany Funk, Charter Home, her house stuff, Kaylee's T-Mobile CDRs, Mortenson's, Mogan and Xana's timing advance records, Showalter's timing advance records, Cellbrite report on number 8458, FBI CAS report, grand jury exhibits. During this analysis investigation, he sought the assistance of expert Cyray and requested that he join the defense team. So what I believe, because the first thing that is said here is that what is strange is that all of the above four accounts are AT&T. The four timing advance records were requested in law enforcement's warrants to AT&T, yet law enforcement says that Mr. Kohlberger's timing advance records are not available. This is very concerning as timing advance records are extremely accurate and could prove to be exculpatory evidence for Mr. Kohlberger's defense. I believe that Mr. Kohlberger's timing advance records were exculpatory for him with everything to do with probable cause. Okay? This is my take. My take is that that they had the timing advance records and they knew what they showed did not reflect how the path in going to on over to Pullman. I mean, from Pullman to Moscow. And that they lied. But I also believe the timing advance records with other time periods could potentially show Brian Kohlberger, because like this is what people are claiming, right? And if I'm going to analyze what just occurred this morning, or whenever that interview was that we saw this morning, I'm going to use my brains. Okay, and what my brains are telling me is that Cyray believes that Brian Kohlberger can still be convicted of this crime, even if all of this evidence gets tossed. Because Cyray believes that the evidence should be tossed because there was no probable cause. They lied and all that shit, okay? This is what I believe. This is my opinion. I don't have this information. Otherwise, I'd be putting it under Hector and showing it to you guys. Let me tell you why I feel this way. Tom Slavinsky getting in contact with Cy Ray immediately almost. If I'm reading Tom's report and he's like, I signed with the defense on October 10th, okay, of 2023. Why is Tom reaching out to Cy Ray so quickly? If Tom didn't do any of the mapping, any of the data, did you get in a car and did you get out there and did you drive it? Remember, Cy Ray did all that. And he did all of that in December, right before the house was, torn down. My thought process here is that he could still have done... I want to know what he would have seen that he's like, I need Cy Ray to look at this. It just seems like it's too quick. During this analyst investigations, this analyst sought the assistance of expert Cy Ray and requested that he join the defense team. Mr. Ray was able to not only peer review this analyst's work, but also provide an invaluable source for data analysis as well as real-time drive-by tower mapping. And so basically he's like, Tom's thinking to himself like, hey, we would need to get someone to come out here and map all this. But what was Tom's initial something like, something's holding me up here, or oh my God, what the heck? You know what I mean? Because if we go off of what Cy Ray said, it was like, hey, I kind of got sucked into this. Well, how did you get sucked into this? But then today, remember, it was like, so what version of this is what's going on? This analyst refers the reader to Mr. Ray's work for further work product and his expert opinions. Now, my question is the 8458 phone CDRs were processed by Tom using the Trax forensic mapping software tool. I was talking to two people today that questioned the accuracy of some of this, okay? Which is forensic CDR mapping program originally developed by ZX Corporation and recently sold to LexisNexis. Since 2016, this dude has used this forensic mapping software due to its high scientific accuracy and respect in the forensic community. He began his training with this in 2016. Upon processing and mapping the 845 Brian CDRs, Tom was able to track the movements of said device as it communicated with the area cell towers. Tom was also provided with each of the victims' CDRs, as well as the CDRs belonging to friends and friends of the victims. These CDRs were mapped and analyzed with no connection found between the victims and friends. So, again, they're over here just talking about CDRs, call detail records. Of importance are 6 items that Tom wishes to report as follows. July 9th, 2022 pool party. July 12th, Moscow mountain trip with points of interest. Number 3 is the omissions from the final CAS report. Number 4 is the exhaustive FBI CAS report analysis. Number 5 is the mobile number Brian actual path of travel November 12th, 2022 through November 14th. And then the Google geofence. Now, Cy Ray mentioned a date that was the weekend after the first week of school. And he mentions August 28th. That he's put on a Sunday. That Maddie is in Pullman at a like by the student center, and then Maddie's phone goes to like an apartment complex in Pullman on a Sunday, and that Brian's phone did like the same thing. Now, I want to check something. Moscow Mountain. Jenny, bitch, you better smile. Sends me $50. Let me look at something really quick. I think Tom Slavinsky is sitting there saying to himself, Cy, you can shoot your own dick off, but please leave my dick alone. Just don't include me in your dick blowing off session, okay? Let's look up Magic Mountain, aka Moscow Mountain, right? Moscow Mountain. Let's see what comes up. See if I'm right about this. Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay, good. All right. Now, on July 12th, the Moscow Mountain with points of interest. Let's go to the... Okay. So Brian Kober on this day, his device starts on the date at approximately 1:01 in the morning, utilizing a cell tower which provides cell coverage to the Kober apartment. This device continued to utilize cell towers to the Pullman, Washington area until approximately 18:02. So that's, 6 p.m. Said device then appears to move eastward and arrive in the area of Moscow Mountain at approximately 18:15. Okay. At approximately 18:29 hours, the device itself reports taking a photograph of the Moscow Mountain map. Then at approximately 18:59 hours, the device reports taking a photograph of foliage. Then a gap goes by from 18:59 until 21:16. There's nothing going on. At approximately 21:16 hours, so that's 9:15, the device is then seen proceeding westward and arriving in the Pullman area at approximately, was it 10:23? So 9:16, 10:23. So it's like an hour and 10 minutes, right? Yes. An hour and 10 minutes. The same amount of time that that loop-de-loop took place on, what was it? The night of the murders. The hour and 10 minutes. You know. So here, at approximately 10:48 hours, the device utilized a cell tower that provides coverage to 3 businesses in Pullman: the Walmart, the Safeway, and Sunset Mart. According to the Walmart receipt provided by Mr. Kober dated 07/12/22, and Mr. Kober purchased numerous items, Then Mr. Culber made another purchase at the Safeway. According to that receipt, blah, blah. Then Mr. Culber proceeded to the Sunset Mart, where receipt verified purchases made by Mr. Culber showed a purchase made on this time. Again, so this is just all in consecutive. It is to be noted that from approximately 10:23 through approximately 11:23, his device is utilizing several towers, all with coverage of these 3 stores. The cell tower data affirms Mr. Kohlberger's alibi of being on Moscow Mountain and the store purchases on that date. And I'm over here like, alibi? What the fuck happened on July 12th? July 12th, 2022. Did he mean to say November 12th? And I was like, no. What are you talking about, alibi? What the fuck? What's Tom talking about? The cell tower data affirms Mr. Kohlberger's alibi of being on Moscow Mountain and the store purchases on that date. What happened on July 12th that we need an alibi? See exhibit titled July 12th Mountain Hike for a detailed video presentation and copies of said receipts. And I'm over here like, okay. Mobile device 845, actual path of travel, November 12th, 2022 through November 14th, 2022. In the enclosed exhibit court video, 11_12 through 11_14, Tom mapped the CDR data for this device. What is of particular importance is the time period surrounding a transaction on 11/13/2022 at 2:47 a.m. between the towers and the device. More than one tower was utilized by the Kohlberger device on that transaction. Law enforcement is alluding to this tower device transaction as being the last one performed by the device before the device goes silent. The prosecution alludes to a theory that the device continued on Highway 270 to Moscow and ultimately to the incident location on King Road in Moscow, Idaho. The data says otherwise. Law enforcement has left out numerous handoffs that the 8458 device performed with other towers in the Pullman, Washington area on the 2:47 a.m. transaction. The following line at 125 is from the actual AT&T CDRs furnished to the defense by the prosecution. The following are actual map recordings of the transactions between the mobile device and the area towers on November 13th. All this time on tower shit. Note, the last tower utilized by the device is the tower most used by this device. Note the estimated location of the device at the time. Yeah. He has a bunch of these. Oh, here we go. What time is this one at? I can show you guys these if you want to see them. $250. He's on data. Now, At 2:50 and 19 hours, the tower number blank blank is utilized by his device. 3 seconds later, the same device is handed off to a different tower. Note the overlap on the next image. It is the opinion of Tom that this device was likely in the approximate highlighted area when the handoff occurred. Only 3 seconds commenced before the device went to this last tower. The device then utilized this last tower for 263 seconds, according to AT&T. The drive test data compiled by Cy-Ray can show additional information. As can be seen in the actual AT&T CDR data above, these handoffs show a different story. The data shows that the device was west of Moscow, Idaho, when the transaction is completed at approximately 2:54 west. In all 6 handoffs following the initial 2:47 a.m. transaction, this vital handoff data is very important and had to have been known by law enforcement, yet it is never presented because the CDRs, if you just are using the CDRs alone are going to show you this. So this has nothing to do with timing advanced. This is just CDRs. Here you go. How'd you fuck this up? So at 2:54, Brian Kober they knew he was at his apartment at 2:54 a.m. And the device then turns back on at 4:48 a.m. But here's the thing. So everything that was said in the probable cause is not true. That means anything that you got from writing up that probable cause and applying it to whatever warrant you applied it to, you're going to lose that. You're not going to be able to use it at trial. So his phone records, bye-bye. You're not going to be able to use his phone records. His DNA on the knife sheath. You got his DNA from what? Arresting him. Because it was part of the arrest. Here, we have a warrant to arrest you. Because we put all this circumstantial shit together. Okay? And what did we get? Your DNA to then compare it to the sheath. You don't have that. Bye-bye. It was one tumbling effect. Your Amazon purchases, gone. Your everything to do with your device, gone. Everything to do with your, you name it. You name it. Now, after listening to the interview and me being able to sit, think about things, and now why the hell would anybody be doing this? Okay. Well, because Cy-Ray is not telling us anything that he didn't tell us before. His affidavit. Okay. And in what's so heavy in these reports is about the fact that there was never any probable cause. That they lied and they said the device was doing things that the device was not. They made a car moving together and heading into Moscow when it was not, using 270. That never happened. So if you listen to what Cy-Ray was saying, and he's talking and he's trying to explain to the family, like, hey, I don't know, you guys have been lied to, but everything that you guys have been told, you've been lied to. And everyone's just saying that this is, hey, it's, that we can just, even if things were to get tossed, like, it's not really that big of a deal, or what truly are you going to lose from this? And it's like, well, you're going to lose the entire case against Brian Kober. Because what are you then going to present to the jury at court? So let's talk about this. And then I said to myself, well, anything and everything that's on Brian's phone, everything that's in the possession of Cy Ray to work on, to help the family with, for like, let's say like the civil case or whatever, or let's say like a new trial or something. The issue that I have with that is that okay, let me back up. Let me explain this. Cy Ray is in possession of material that is it's confidential. Because this was all, everything was lifted in the gag order, right? So, but Ann Taylor had this NDA, right? Okay. And then there's client attorney privilege, because if Ann Taylor's sharing things with Cy, are we getting into an iffy situation there? But I don't think I've ever seen where defense work product okay, let me back this up. The material that Ann Taylor was provided was from the prosecution. Okay? The prosecution of Brian Kober, because of his arrest and what they were able to get from search warrants, that's the byproduct from everything being an illegal search and seizure. Because the discovery that was turned over to Ann Taylor was all of the stuff that cannot be used against Brian Kober if that was to get tossed because of it being all fruit from the poisonous tree. What Cy Ray believes is that if there's a clause that if you were going to be able to come across it anyways, that we would have got to him regardless on any of this shit. Okay? Fuck IGG. Fuck everything, because we were eventually going to get to him because WSU did such a great job, okay? And they found Brian Koberger's vehicle and found him and had a lead on 11/29/2022. And that WSU turned that over to Moscow Police Department. That's what Cy Ray believes. On 11/29/2022, Cy Ray believes that WSU, Tenego, and Whitman found Brian, found his car, saw that Brian changed his plates, put this all together, and sent off a tip, a lead to the police department, to the police at Moscow. And that eventually they would have got to that tip and lead. Well, there's only one problem. None of that occurred. None of that happened. So I'm over here saying to myself, well, Cy Ray writes up his report. He turns over to Ann in January. Ann has to turn it over to the prosecution. They read all of that. They basically, we know how history played out. There was a suppression hearing. Then there was the motion in limine. Cy Ray wasn't able to testify at the motion in limine. The judge called him a conspiracy theorist, and he's out here, and everything that he's saying, like, you got some nerve, motherfucker, because this is career ending. The stuff that you're insinuating happened, which it did, by the way, because he's not a conspiracy theorist. What he said happened, okay? And it is career ending for all these people, and it should be. But, Hitler wasn't having that. Hitler said, no, you're a conspiracy theorist, and you're over here trying to ruin people's lives, Okay? And and so long story short, there's a plea deal. And now what Cy and Steve want us to believe, or at least Cy wants me to believe, is that after the plea deal, Cy decided to take it upon himself to sit down and, you know what, I'm going to investigate this case myself, and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to go through everything, and I'm going to put this all together, and I'm going to be able to show that Brian Kober is guilty. And I'm going to use things that I didn't use before when I did my report the first go around. And I'm over here like, well, what would you need that Ann Taylor didn't give you? What were you asking for Ann Taylor? Like, if you want to go through everything and you're trying to do whatever, like, you need to be given the material, right? And if you're going to be consulting in some type of way and telling Ann how to go about things or helping to form motions and stuff like that, like, it's like anything. I can't help you unless you tell me what's going on and I see everything so that I can play the tape forward. So Cy just said in an interview with the custody queens that he's like, I'm not following any of this. I have no idea when stuff's dropping. So then I have a question. If Ann Taylor is filing under seal, I don't know this answer. If Ann Taylor is filing under seal a report that can't get out, right? For these motions that have exhibits and all of this shit. And if it's filed under seal, so when she gathered all these reports from all these different experts of hers, and she has to file them, my question is when did Cy see all of these expert reports? They were just released maybe like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. I don't even know how long it's been. When did he see them? For example, in cases that there isn't even some gag order on, okay? Expert witnesses that like work for you, you pay them by the hour, right? And you're not sending them stuff to, here, go ahead and take a look at this. Oh, hey, I'm just sending you guys, hey, by the way, I filed all these reports. Here you guys go, take a look at these. And then you send out like this group email to all of your experts to say, here's all the reports of all of you guys, take a look at them. That doesn't happen. That's not how that works. Because I want you to look at it as if you were paying. If you're the paying customer for this, you're getting billed for those hours that somebody would read something. Every single item that gets read, all those hours, they're documenting them, and then because they're billing per hour that they're spending on the research and writing up the report and what this says and what it doesn't say. Okay? So I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that if Ann Taylor is keeping everything so tight-lipped and has everybody working within their little corner, I find it hard to believe that Ann Taylor, unless she is using you as a confidant and to use her and to be there as a consultant with different things with the case, then why in the world would Cy ever say all of this shit about Ann? How can I, if I was an attorney, how could I ever trust to talk to Cyree and to say, well, if he was to tell me that my client, hey, your client's guilty as fuck. And I'm gonna be like, what? Like, do you know how distracting that would be? For me to like try to work with you and every day you're fucking telling me that my client's guilty? Listen to his interview. I made it well known that I thought that Brian was guilty. I don't give a fuck what you thought. No offense, I don't care what you think. You thought Brian was guilty before you took this job. But then again, I questioned that. Like, did you... And why would you hire somebody like that? You know, maybe Anne's over here like, I had no fucking clue. We don't know. I have no idea what... And everybody's just out here spouting off. But let's just reel it in and talk about, okay, let's talk about something. Cy wanted to out the FBI. And Cy wanted to out the fact that, what did he think was going to happen? Do you guys understand that if everything would have went the way that it should have went, and if Hitler is not making the decisions that he's making and basically bailing out the lying ass prosecutors who kept on lying about everything, just like they lied in the probable cause, all of this stuff gets kicked in, it gets tossed out, and it's inadmissible. So you ready for what that would have meant? So Cyree has no problem being on a team that he knows a man killed 4 people, and he's going to help get them. Essentially, his work is going to get somebody to walk. Okay? That he believes killed 4 people. Not that he could prove killed 4 people, but he believed killed 4 people. So think about that. And I'm going to use it in a book to show this is why you need to go about a methodology like this of mine, because this will never happen. This will never happen. Or you can just fire people that, right? The whole purpose, I thought, was to out what the FBI was doing. And they were using cast, and it was bad actors. This was corruption. Cyree was going to take down corruption. The feds who are knowingly railroading people with fake evidence. That's what this was about. That's what the lane was. He said it repeatedly, guys. The means never justify. He's saying it over and over. This could not be the standard for investigations. What went on in Moscow? This cannot be the standard. Well, do you understand what that truly means? Are you willing to accept what that means? What that means is that, are you willing to accept the fact that we're going to blow this all up and out this corruption and this bad acts and everything that they've been doing with CAST, okay? And what the FBI's been doing. Do you know what the expense is of that? It's very simple here. The expense of that is that there's no doubt that Brian walks. And anybody who's telling you anything else, and Ray pretty much said that. And that's what Olivia was not understanding, because she's like, well, it doesn't matter because we still have, like, you know, the, like what Othram said, that Leah Larkin even said it, that they were just in the different wrong tree, like they would have eventually got to him. We would have eventually got to him. And that's when he's like, let me tell you about another thing that's going to happen here. There's a case that you need to watch because of what's going on right here. It's on this path, and that, you know, he was explaining like how long Carpenter took. And it's basically like, not exactly, because you're not going to be able to use the IgG either. And so, like, that's what the parents need to understand, what Ray was saying. Hey, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Okay? I'm going to break this down for you. Brian Kober walks. But is there a way that we can get him anyways? That's like the whole but thing. Or the way that I want to be saying this is how about you flip the switch and flip the tables and back the fact for him to get a trial? Call Bill Thompson's bluff. Call the prosecution's bluff. And make them produce the timing advance records. Even if they're going to be inadmissible, produce them. Because I believe that those timing advance records would prove that when they had them, and that they didn't have probable cause the way that they said that they did. And so everything goes. But what if the timing advance records would actually prove what Ray is saying? Are you willing to accept that? And it would shut everybody up that was a pro-burger. Right? And then put the blame where the blame belongs, which is on fucking Bill Thompson and every single person that decided to do this the wrong way. And because you guys did this, my child's killer is free. You pieces of shit. Who knows? Maybe you'll uncover some more stuff. Maybe there is another person. Why were they going to... Maybe somebody really was protecting Brian Kober in all of this. Then they just weren't banking on the whole, oh my God, IgG. And that they would do that and come up with this. But Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana, a plea deal, that you tried to silence their truth, right? With a plea deal so that you could save your career and your job and your pensions. How does any of that, how does Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana's death, their murder, how does that ever, how can that help save lives? How about we create Kaylee's law from this? And you get it so that once a prosecutor puts it in writing that you're going for the death penalty, that there are no plea deals. There are no plea deals just to get rid of the death penalty off the table. And so that somebody just take a plea to save their life. So this is what I can't wrap my head around, though, is that Ray can't possibly be doing the work and be able to help get Brian Kober the right way. Did you guys see the end of the interview? Let's go to trial. Let's get him the right way. And I'm just over here like, wait, what? What's the right way? How are you going to get him the right way? Because none of the stuff that I believe that you're using is going to be admissible. How would it be that you could go on and be part of the defense team and do everything with them. And then the defendant talk about being coerced into a plea deal. And then here to come out and find out that, wow, one of his experts is now collaborating with the victims' families. And what it would seem like is right after Brian Kober announced that he's petitioning the government for you guys, a new trial. There was never a trial. So, but a new trial, if you want to use that terminology, what do you guys think's coming in as evidence? Let's even say that all of it comes in. What do you think's going to happen? Let's even say, he's found guilty. What do you think's going to happen on the appeal? It's all going to get overturned. And then so we're going to have a trial 2, and then that's the trial that's not going to have the evidence that should have been suppressed. And you know how long this is going to take? Because guess what? Brian Kober can't go to trial for the first trial if this was to win with Ann Taylor, with anybody that he's had on his team. He needs to have a whole new team, and they have to be brought up to speed. And then I'm thinking to myself, why did they say any of that live and put that out to the world? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? Because Sai is telling you that basically he wants to prove that he's not a conspiracy theorist, that everything that he said was correct and accurate, and that he's not any of these things, and his affidavit is actually right, and he did the right thing, and he was standing by and saying all this stuff. Well, this is the other thing that comes into play, though, for me. Sai, your report says all these things that you're not saying right. Like, everything that you're saying right now isn't in your report. And then to hear like, oh, I didn't have everything yet. What do you mean? I'm just curious if Ann Taylor, I know that she... Why was Carol and Kevin Pendon going to be testifying to Pattern of Life and not Cy Ray? Barb Wolf's report. With regard to the unsigned document titled Behavioral Unit of FBI VICAP, V-I-C-A-P, VICAP, R.E. Idaho students, in which it is opined that the victims had torture wounds and that there was symbolic meaning to many of the wounds. That's what an FBI agent said about the crime scene. Is that the victims had torture wounds and that they were a symbolic meaning. There was a symbolic meaning behind the wounds. This is what the FBI said. Now, Barbara, she was with, Brian Kober's team. There was an unassigned document titled Behavioral Unit of FBI VICAP, R.E. Idaho students VICAP number 2022ZZP00001. And it was unsigned. And it was opined that Kaylee was sleeping at the time of the attack and by blitz was hit with a hand, fist, or clubbing instrument and stabbed and cut. Ethan and Maddie were also believed to have been awakened and stabbed and cut. The document opines that Xana encountered the assailant in the house after having been on social media shortly before and was cut and stabbed. All 4 victims are described as having puncture/torture wounds, end quote. The document describes symbolic acts that in many of the wounds on all of the victims were nearly identical in shape and location. Symbolic. Describes symbolic acts. Have you guys seen Brian Kober write? Have you guys seen Brian Kober use a pencil or a pen? Have you guys seen his handwriting? Let me tell you what Barbara Wolf says. Barbara Wolf says that I respectfully disagree. Brian Koberger's person is saying, I respectfully disagree. While I do agree that the attacks were a surprise blitz in nature, in my opinion, the locations of the wounds were the results of opportunity in that they were inflicted in body areas that were exposed on the victims who were in bed and when they were awakened. Ready for the next part? However, the superficial incised wounds of Kaylee and Maddie's neck, the soft part of the neck back here, it merits comment. She said Kaylee's neck wounds are shown below on the left. The incised wounds on Madison's neck are pictured below on the right. They are even more superficial than those on Kaylee's neck and are described as being minimally hemorrhagic, so it's like it's a fine marking. The superficial nature of these wounds is very unusual. Very unusual. The skin is the toughest tissue of the neck until the spine is reached. Once the skin is breached, it takes much less effort and force to cut through the underlying soft tissue, so such wounds are usually deep. It is difficult to understand how these wounds were produced in the course of the obvious struggle and motion involved in the deaths of these women. It can be postulated that these wounds were deliberately inflicted superficially. If these were a surprise blitz attack, and this was quick, and this was, like Cyree said, this could easily happen in 5 to 6 minutes. And this is, and he's telling us, hey, there's a video out there of the reenactment. Well, Barbara here, out of Florida, who's a one fine fucking MD, she said that it can be postulated that these wounds were deliberately inflicted superficially, which would have necessitated precise movements and would have further lengthened the length of time involved in the killings. What it seems like is somebody went back upstairs and with a different weapon made a little and did that after the fact. why are we only considering 1/100th of the evidence in this case when anybody wants to give their theory? I don't have a theory of this case. In fact, I tell people that all the time. When you tell me something, I say to you, well, no, that's not, where are you getting that information from? Because this is what this is. I've been screaming from the rooftops that somebody needs, because I believe that nobody actually, whoever the hell Ann Taylor used to, but I shouldn't say it like this. Okay. Ann Taylor was being piecemealed everything. All right. We got this discovery. All the reports of Idaho State Police at the same time. And then all the reports of Moscow Police Department, they were all together. Okay. And now what you have to do is you have to re-put them in an order that goes based on not the numerical number that's being assigned, because you have people waiting, weeks, months, years to write a report. You have to go based on and put them in an order of when they actually did the action. That's how you'd want to go ahead and reorganize your own discovery. Have it in your 1 through 314. That's how many reports there are for Moscow Police Department. And then you'd want to re-put them in an order based off of the dates of the actions. When somebody's lazy ass decided to, write up the report, that date's going to be completely different. And that date is going to coincide with where the number that it falls. Just because it's report 62, that doesn't mean that you actually need to look at the dates of the action. And that's what that Blaker just blew my mind. Blaker just wasn't writing anything. And it's like, if you're not providing any of these reports, how are these debriefing sessions going if nobody's authoring any reports for somebody to read the material, right? How can you possibly, your debriefing sessions would be hours upon hours upon hours for everybody to talk about what they did that day. And what you're gathering from these interviews. And they weren't gathering anything from them. So the geofence. I was actually shocked that they didn't set up more geofences. For example, why didn't they set up geofences that were at where somebody would be coming in from Pullman over there, the Moscow Pullman border, right there? Why wouldn't they be setting up geofences at the exiting points of Moscow to see who's coming in and out during that period of time around the homicide? Anyways, the Google geofence warrant that was submitted by MPD Detective Mowry on 11/18, yet on 11/20, Special Agent Nick Balance, FBI, gets a return from Google in response to a warrant submitted to Google dated November 18th. Why did the return go to Balance and not Mowry? That's what Tom Slavinsky's saying in his report. Then on 12/1/2022, Detective Mowry swears that he got a return on a search warrant. Yet in all the documentation from Google, it appears Google only returned data to Special Agent Balance. No submitted correspondence from Google has Detective Mowry's name on it. And so it's why he's writing that is to say, why is Detective Mowry claiming to have done work and is doing things that he didn't do? On 11/20, Special Agent Balance copied Detective Mowry in an email to Google asking for stage 3 results that would be when Balance asks Google, quote unquote, now who are all these identifiers? Nick Balance and not Mowry is communicating with Google. And then he puts up the examples and he's like, here's all the fucking emails. It wasn't until December 4th that Mowry says, on 11/20/2022, Nick Balance asked Google for two identifier informations as to their phone numbers. Balance only identifies one of the two. What one was the other one? And remember, this was a big question that we had for Cyray. You know, who's this other device? First of all, what is the device? Is it a phone? Is it an iPad? What kind of device is it? And then who does it belong to? And why was the FBI, why is that the device that's of interest? And he's like, I don't know. And he's like, I'm saying I don't know because we don't have any information about it. And I'm over here like, well, you guys were doing supplemental request after supplemental request. Why wouldn't you guys be asking for that? Like, the material has to be somewhere, right? Because Balance asked Google about it. And then Balance said and provided the two ones of interest, and it's like, you guys identified the one was Molly McMichael. Well, who's the other one? If it was of interest to you, you're going to identify it. And then I just simply said, well, fuck if they didn't identify it. Cyray, why didn't you identify it? What would you have to do to identify it? Like, what do you need to do? Tell Ann Taylor that motion the courts. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Here's the problem. The geofence they asked for that covered 11/13/2022 from 1 to 6 a.m. 1 to 6. This is what it looked like. And he makes a big picture and it has all this shit on it. And he's like, Mowry does not say what procedures they took to get to only two identifiers other than based on the information received and in correlation with cell tower records previously reviewed, two of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. No information is given on the other identifier requested. Mowry only mentions the 2567 number, which is Molly. How does anybody in the world believe that a DoorDash order was made at 2:15, okay? And that the DoorDash order didn't get there and dropped off until 3:59. And that Xana was perfectly fine with that. And supposedly just makes a comment at 3:54 to say, are you having trouble finding the place? I want them to take another look at that because that's what DoorDash asks you sometimes as like a driver. So I'm curious if that was Xana's, if DoorDash had that automated, response. And then how come in the interview when Payne asked Molly if there was ever any communication, Molly said no. Molly, you didn't realize that they wrote you at 3:54? No, that I was so blasted. How come here, ready for another one? Where's the Jack in the Box cameras? I went through all of the surveillance cameras. Where is the Jack in the Box cameras from Pullman? Jack in the Box has cameras. In fact, JLR got the interview and the FBI and the locals were there to get the cameras. How many times did Molly McMichaels go there and pick up food that night? Where's the cameras? Would it show Molly actually making the new DoorDash order versus just picking it up? Because that's what Molly makes a comment about that. Molly said how, oh, they thought I wasn't coming back and they threw the food away, so they had to remake me food. Oh, really? What order was that for? Molly acted like it was for the order after she dropped off the girls' food. I don't think so. That's not what the interview, like, that's what Molly said. But the interview that happened with the people that worked there, they said it was, yeah, it is weird. The same person that picked it up was the same person that ordered it and delivered it. That's pretty weird. That is what's weird. That's what was weird about it. And those people that aren't familiar with DoorDash, they wouldn't understand that until you have to explain it. Molly should never be ordering anything. Molly's just the bitch that goes and picks it up and delivers it. Your DoorDash person, the food's already done. When you get there, you give them some number, maybe give them the name of it, and they give you the order. Well, the people that work at DoorDash, they said that, oh yeah, not only were they there for all their cameras, but they said, yeah, it is weird that she ordered it and delivered it. Do you guys understand that? These dudes are saying that Molly ordered the DoorDash, ordered the food. And picked it up and then delivered it. That's not how that happens. There's a problem there. And what it seems like is Molly had to literally, when she went there, had to tell them, hey, can you remake this? Or, hey, I don't know what happened here. I forgot to swing by and pick up my food, and then I go all the way to Pullman, and I don't have the food with me, so I have to come back, and you guys have the food already gone, so I need another order of this. How'd that play out? Wouldn't that be one of the first things that you were doing? What are the odds that Dylan is literally talking about how hungry she is, reaching out to Eric Gower? At 2:13, Eric Gower gets back to her. At 2:15, Xana's phone places a DoorDash order. Nobody thinks that that's crazy. You want to know what people do when people pass out and they get drunk, or to mess around with people? Remember they used to draw like dicks on your face and shit? Oh, hey, grab her phone. I'm gonna place a DoorDash order from her phone, because guess what? Your credit card's already connected. So if you know the passcode to somebody's phone and you go to the DoorDash app, it's going to come right up. You don't need to put another password in or anything. You're going to come right up to the DoorDash order, place the order, and boom, send. And guess what? You're going to be getting your DoorDash. They're passed out. Hey, we just ordered ourselves, DoorDash. Why do you think the detectives asked Bethany and Dylan if they knew the passcodes to their roommates' phones? And all of them said they don't know them. Maybe there was a reason that they didn't need Eric to like drive them to, I don't know, the grub truck, because they just door dashed. I would love to see the receipts on when they order. You guys, when you order from places, you guys are normally ordering the same shit. Okay? Well, that night, what was ordered? What was ordered? And is that normally what Xana orders? So Tom used a number reversal feature offered by Trax. The result was a name that the analyst was not familiar with. Please note that this number was run in 2024, and the owner of said number could have changed since 2022. So the number that was in the geofence, they did a reverse search on it. And it said just the person that owned that number when they ran this and did this in 2024, the owner of said number, please note that this number was run in 2024 by this analyst, and the owner of said number could have changed in 2022. Because when they did the results, they were expecting to see the name Molly McMichael. And the name was not Molly McMichael. But normally when you're doing reverse searches, it'll tell you at some point that person owned that number. So are we basically alluding to the fact that that number was not in Molly McMichael's name? So again, let me repeat that for everybody. Tom used a number reversal feature offered by Trax. The result was a name that this analyst, meaning Tom, was not familiar with. Please note that this number was run in 2024 by Tom, and the owner of said number could have changed since 2022. Now, we know that Molly, when she goes into her interview, just like Big Gary Jenkins gets a new cell phone right after the murders. Like, he has a new cell phone on Monday morning. Number one. Guess who else got a new cell phone? There's a difference between getting a new cell phone and a new cell phone plus a new number. That's two different things. So Big Gare, he got a new cell phone. The day after the murders. Molly girl, all I can say right now is that Molly got an actual new phone. Okay? Why would Molly get a new phone? Why wouldn't anybody be interested in that? Why did Molly get new tires as well? Ready for this? But the question still remains, regardless so basically that number that they had wasn't matching up to Molly in 2024. But the question still remains, who does the other identifier come back to? Still remains today. Ready? Also, out of all of the hits above on the Google geofence, why are there no reports of interviews with others found on that map? Let me tell you about people that weren't interviewed. Ready? Let's make a little list here. Where's Claire's interview? Claire. Where's Gideon's interview? Who's Big Gare? Big Gare is this Gary Jenkins, the police chief who interviewed and hired Brian Koberger. Big Gare doesn't want any of my smoke. Little fucking liar. Anjanette Levy caught him lying, and I love it. Where's the interview with Allie? The girl who was roommates with Kennedy at the treehouse. Where's Hayden's interview? Where's... Everybody always wants me to ask this. Where are the Davids interview? Where's the interview with the landlord of the house? Where's the interview of the people that own the 1112 camera to ask them questions about their camera in terms of where they're at in the house, when you can hear certain noises, to test that out, you know? But wouldn't you have like an interview with them about that? Where's the interview with any of the next door neighbors? And what they were doing when people were coming and going from the house that is on the 112 cam? Where's the interview with Madison Moyer? Where's an interview with any of an ROTC person that could vouch for the fact of that there was an ROTC event that Matt Moyer went to? Where is there any information on what the Wi-Fi at the home shows? Where's the interview with the girl that had her panties in her panties in her suitcase all jumbled up? Where's the interview with the ride-along that was at the house with Payne for one of the noise complaints? Where's an interview with Jacob Tisdall to ask him why he lied in his reports at 11:15, about 11:13? Where is there any interviews with Nate Rosendahl and ask him why he didn't issue one report? Why did Nate Rosendahl wear a body-worn camera while he kept scene security of the house beginning at 11 p.m. on the night that he took over, on the first day that the house was being, watched? There was evidence left in that house with a man who didn't wear a body cam. Everybody else did. Why wasn't any police officer's DNA used for elimination purposes? Why is there no interview to figure out where Hunter Chapin's phone was and what happened to it, why it wasn't working? How did Hunter Chapin call anybody if he didn't have a working phone that morning? That's the big nugget that was in that Netflix, according to Cooper Atkinson. Where are there any interviews of anybody that drove, I don't know, white Elantras? I haven't come across a single interview when they asked the public for help to turn in people with, you know, if you had a white Elantra. Go ahead and point me to any of those where you can find those at. Where anybody with white Elantras or anything that was like similar to that. Where are those interviews? Again, we can just go right here where it says, also, out of all of the hits above on the Google geofence, why are there no reports of interviews with others found on that map? Having past law enforcement experience, Tom understands that departments tag team with each other. But for Mowry to assert himself into the same work as balance, it's misleading. Now, this is the author's expert opinion. Tom has exhaustively examined the AT&T call detail records pertaining to mobile number 8458, as well as other cell tower data pertaining to the victims and other persons. The expert opinion of this analysis is followed. There is no cell tower data presented by law enforcement to the defense that links the 8458 device to the King Road murders. What this analyst has noted is a profound push by law enforcement to use these call detail records to paint a story that the data cannot support or prove. There is no cell tower or GPS data presented to support the claim that the 8458 device was at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022 from approximately 3 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. I love how he went all the way up to 3. I think it's really interesting that he went all the way up to 3. He just didn't say from 4 to 4:30. From 3 to 4:30. Because that's more like it. 2:53. Remember, Maddie called Jack. Maddie never calls Jack. Jack said that was the most weird thing out of everything. When you want to ask him a question, it was about Maddie calling him. Maddie doesn't call me. Maddie's never called me. And Murphy's gone running off a bunch, so don't give me that shit. Why did Maddie call Jack D? And you guys can sit here and say all that you want. Like Maddie and Kaylee would never call Jack D for help or anything like that. Let me tell you what you also wouldn't do. You also wouldn't call the police if the police were the problem. What is disturbing is the lack of actual data that was not made discoverable by law enforcement. This data would be extremely helpful to the defendant's case. He thinks that the data would be extremely helpful to the defendant's case. The actual data that didn't make it. Tom saying that, and here Cyray's now claiming that, no, the more data that we get, it's going to crush Brian Kohlberger's case. Tom is saying the opposite. What is disturbing is the lack of actual data that was not made discoverable by law enforcement. This data would be extremely helpful to the defendant's case. There have been numerous omissions by the FBI cast agent. This is disturbing. The data that was not shown is very exculpatory. And it appears that it was clearly and intentionally left out of the cast final report and other members of the law enforcement team. Ruth Ballard. Okay. Okay. Mr. Colbert's vehicle. This false sense of that Brian Colbert cleaned out his car, it was spotless. We tested everything. I need to tell you guys that that's not true. Item 104 was cutting from the bottom of a seat cushion that tested positive in a screening for blood. Okay. Item 104, the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, item 104. There was cutting from bottom of a seat cushion that tested positive in a screening test for blood. The Idaho State Police Forensic Lab did not perform any DNA testing on this item. But it was submitted to, so you have Brian Colbert's vehicle. And they want to say that they went through this and that it was spotless. Because that's presenting the narrative that Brian Colbert cleaned this motherfucking car. Okay? And that's why it's spotless. But really, the real narrative should be is that this car was not spotless. Okay? This car was not spotless. Number one. Nobody has blood on a seat cushion and would call their car spotless. But what should be more just fucking amazing and just wow, why wouldn't they ever test this, is when they cut this out and they saw that it was presented itself as blood, right? Wouldn't you test the fucker? Again, the lab had a cutting from the bottom of a seat cushion that tested positive in a screening test for blood. The Idaho State Police Forensic Lab did not perform any DNA testing on this item to see whose blood it was. They have no idea whose blood this could possibly. They're trying to link one of these victims to Brian Colbert and vice versa. Brian Colbert to these victims. Why the fuck wouldn't you do this? Because you have no idea, right? Well, guess what the defense did? The defense decided that they're going to submit that blood to get tested. What? The defense is like, we want that tested. They recovered sufficient DNA for the profiling, and the single source male profile matched the DNA profile of Mr. Kohlberger. It's his own blood. Which is good and normal, but the question should be here is that Why didn't the state test it to see if it was somebody else's blood? That's what they've been trying to find this whole time. And you don't know unless you test it. Why wouldn't you test it? Like, and then this whole narrative that this car was spotless is not true. There's more. Item 111 was the floor mat. It tested negative in a screening test for blood. The trace material was collected, but it was not tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. It was later submitted to Bode Lab for analysis, where trace human DNA was recovered. The single source male DNA profile was consistent with Mr. Kohlberger. Again, Lana, why are you talking about this? Because this car was not spotless. And when they would come across and find things, they weren't even testing them. And instead, the defense went and was testing all of this shit. Ready for this? The back seat cushion tested negative in a screening test for blood. Trace material was collected but not tested. Item 106, section of the headliner near the visor, tested negative in a screening test for blood. No DNA testing was performed. The seatbelt buckle tested negative in a screening test for blood. No DNA testing was performed. To see if he transferred any, he was just in a ridiculous, right, fight with Xana. No touch DNA, no transfer. Another seat buckle tested negative in a screening test for blood. No further testing was performed. Animal hairs detected, and it was not. They could exclude Murphy's as the source. There was items 65 through 75 were all hair items from the car. Hairs, human hairs. All of the hairs were microscopically dissimilar to reference hairs from the 4 victims. Item 113, the brake pedal, tested negative in a screening test for blood. No further testing was performed. Gas pedal, same thing, no testing. His key fob for the vehicle for Mr. Kohlberger's key ring tested negative in a screening test for blood. No further testing was performed. The shift knob and boot, the turn signal switch assembly, swab of radio control, swab of gas and trunk release, swab of seat belt buckle, swab from gear shift, swab of gas pedal. They just did a simple test to see if there was any blood, and that was it. They did no further testing on anything. Nothing. You know why I call bullshit? Why you would have still done these things? Why you still would have swabbed things to see if you can get any touch DNA? Touch DNA. Do you understand that? That's exactly what they did with the sheath. They didn't go straight for the blood stains. Do you guys understand that the only piece of physical evidence in this entire case, came from the very first swab that they ever did in this case? The first swab that ever took place in this case that was tested produced the killer. That's pretty fucking great, don't you think? That's pretty good odds. That sheath, the first swab that was taken, was from the inside of the Audi. The inner or the Audi part. Just right there. That was a swab. The first one in the entire case tested. We have a male single hit. Single profile hit. Nothing in CODIS. Hurry up and run that straight down IgG. Do you understand that nothing was That's what I tried to explain to Pav, and when he came back, he was like, oh my God. Because I was like, hey, why don't you put together those dates? Because I already knew the answer. I said, how far along were they in this investigation? What did they process? When was the date of anything that they processed with the blood or anything? Go ahead, do that. Tell me when you got any profiles being, what's going on? What are the dates? Wild shit. So, the moral of the story here is that you couldn't see anything on the sheath that got the hit, okay, for this touch transfer DNA, right? And so when you get that lucky, right? That's luck, right? Maybe. Why wouldn't you take swabs in and around Brian's vehicle, right? And in certain really places that get touched a lot. Even for the simple fact of, see who else is in that fucking car with him. See who he could have ever had in that car before. Right? You guys know the Maura Murray story? She disappeared when she was driving. That was one of the biggest missing persons cases. Disappeared. Just like, boom, she was driving, and nursing student at Amherst over there in Massachusetts. The Maura Murray story. Her car goes off the side of the road, and, a guy that drove a bus came by, and he talked to her, and then she was like, oh, yeah, no, I already called for AAA. I don't need you to do anything. And then she goes, like, missing. Well, in her car, there was a ton of shit in her car. And they eventually, took some of the material that was in there and started doing tests on it to see if she was with anybody. And all these years would pass. This is a case back when I was in college. But all these years would pass, and just recently, back, a year ago, it was James Renner got a hit. And he goes down to where was he? There was a piece of material in Maura Murray's car. And out of the blue, there was a hit that ends up becoming a hit in CODIS on a piece of material from Maura Murray's car. And it was a case out over here in Ohio. And I'm like, are you got to be kidding me? Not that far from me. And the dude knew Maura. He, though, got popped and got in trouble for, shit with, dogs and stuff like that. He was running some really ridiculous scam. He was, acting like he was taking your dogs in and, gonna, give them, a great life or whatever. But he was killing, these dogs. It's a wild story. But this dude's DNA was on a CD in Maura Murray's car. And once his DNA got put into the system, whatever, that's how they got this hit, right? And I'm like, damn. I'm like, a CD, back in the day, you'd get put on your little love jams. And I was like, what are the odds? What CD was that on? I had so many questions. I interviewed James Renner. I had him on the channel. We were talking about it. Anyways, you would go through things in your fucking swabbing and your testing shit for DNA. Why wouldn't you do that in this case with this car? Why didn't they want to test things? And it's not just the car that they didn't want to test. You guys, think about a kid who's a toddler, and you give them a bunch of food on a plate, and they're eating, and they have there's food all over their hands, their face, right? And think about if you took the baby, the toddler, out of the chair they're sitting in, and you just let the baby go wild, go run around and crawl around, and you don't clean them up though, okay? You go to the bathroom, and you come back, And everything that they're touching, you see what? All this transfer of all this shit that you didn't wipe up because they're a mess from their food. It's all over the place, right? Everywhere that they're touching and grabbing things. So I have a question, because this is just logic to me. Okay, I am willing to accept that if you, so you come back out from going to the bathroom and you see all this transfer, okay? Your kid that you didn't clean up just transferred all this mess everywhere, right? And so you can see it, you know, and you're like, oh my God, you gotta go clean it all up, right? Well, so now think about this in a case of like a murder scene. When Cyree was interviewed, and he says to the custody queens, there was just so much blood. There is definitely a mixture of all the blood together. And I'm over here laughing because I'm like, well, no, there's not. There's not a single mixture of anybody's blood all together. From the people upstairs and the people downstairs. And this is what I'm talking about. Take your hands and think about having gloves on them, and you just killed 4 people by stabbing them, and all 4 of them combined was over like 150 stabbings. With the same knife and the same bloody, drenched gloves. Okay? The first person that you kill, right? There's probably not going to be any blood on them or around them that has anything to do with the last person that you killed in a different room, right? But the first person's blood is going to be on all over your hands. Then you go and kill the second person, and now you have a mixture between them. The blood's all over your gloves, right? Then you leave from upstairs to go downstairs because Xana supposedly caught you or something. You're chasing, and then you go into so you have your gloves still on, you have the same murder weapon, you have the same clothes, okay? And now you get into Xana's room, and there was a blood everywhere, all over the floors. Not even Xana do we see any like footprints, like meaning like you didn't have your socks on and like you stepped in everything that would be like, so there's little like of your own footprints. Okay? So, but you kill Ethan, and then you kill Xana. In order to prove your theory, right? You'd want to swab Ethan and Xana in the areas right around them, and where they were stabbed, like Xana has clothing, just like they did in the John, and you're gonna like swab the cloth that's right around the stab wounds that go in, to your body, okay? And you want to find where you can show that there's a mixture, that you have Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all together. There is none of that in this case. There is no mixtures in this case. There is nobody from upstairs. Their blood is not mixed with anybody from downstairs. Kaylee's blood is not mixed with Ethan or Xana. Madison's blood is not mixed with Ethan or Xana. There is no mixture. None. Cyree said in an interview with the custody queens that there is. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We actually have all the reports. We have all the expert reports. We've read them all. And everybody's expert report focuses on that. And can't believe that there is no transfer. And more importantly, it's the state's burden, right? And you want to sell it to the jury that somebody came in here and stabbed all of these people consecutively, didn't change, didn't do anything. So what do you think you're going to go and do to prove your case? You're going to want to swab things and test things so that you can find that. And we're not leaving this room until we swab and we find Kaylee and Maddie's blood in Ethan and Xana's bedroom. We need to find that. You want to know why you would be saying this? Because then my next sentence would be, because I'm not going to have that fucking defense attorney saying any of this shit. So I'm going to go talk to the ME. Hey, when you're performing this autopsy here, we need swabs of the clothing, any of these wounds. We need we need to see that there's mixtures of the people's blood from upstairs to downstairs, because we can't find, like, and how do we know that what we have yet? Because we have to get it, test it, see how many mixtures there are. But they couldn't find one thing. Not one instance. Nothing in the living room. When someone's walking around and just flinging, because right after they were done killing 4 people, that you would think that the spatter's going everywhere, right? So you're go in there, go swab away. Go ahead. There is not any mixtures between the people upstairs and the people downstairs. So you want to know what I said? It's a very simple concept. Because you just break it down and you just tell yourself, okay, well, what did I learn? Well, call me crazy, but if you want to say that it's the same person, okay, I'll give you that. The person had to change between the killings. Not between the killing of the 2 people in each room, but these were done at different times. And we don't know who was killed first, actually. The people downstairs were killed at the same time. But not at the same time as the people upstairs. By the same person? No way, it's not possible. Well, Lana, why do you say it's impossible? Because I think there'd be transfer. I think that there's going to be transfer. So it looks like the person killed, 2 people, cleaned it all up, and then the 2 people came home later, saw something that they weren't supposed to see yet? Or maybe it was the other way around. The 2 people downstairs were actually killed first. Maybe Kaylee and Maddie saw something and they wanted to call the cops and they were losing their minds. They could not believe what the fuck they were seeing. And maybe Dylan was losing her mind. I don't know, but I want to go back to that whole conversation of why is Maddie calling Jack D? Because they're freaking out. The same thing. Let me ask you guys a question. Dylan and Bethany did the same thing. They called their friends first. They didn't call 911 first. They called their friends first. So why couldn't Kaylee and Maddie call people first? Except the person that they tried to call didn't answer Jack D. And then all of a sudden, right after both of them tried to call Jack D, what happened? Their phones, never do anything again at the same time. Wow, what time was that at? 2:53. Yeah. What time did Ethan and Xana get home? Where were they? I think it's really important. What time did they get home? Could they have been killed first? Why is Ethan's blood all by himself? His blood is on top of the railing, and then a White Claw box gets placed above it. You know what that looks like to me? Maddie was seen with a White Claw box when she was walking back from Sigma Chi, supposedly, according to Dylan. Seems like somebody could have just left it at the bottom of the stairs, and then when they got up and got home, I'm going to pick up my box of White Claw, take one out, possibly crack one open, be drinking it as I'm coming up, and then put the cardboard box right down. Wow, you just put that on top of blood. That means the blood was already there when Maddie and Kaylee came home. Whoever put that cardboard box of White Claw is putting it on top of blood. Right? Yeah. Nobody knows where Ethan and Xana went. In fact, the roommates are like, we never saw them come home. Nobody wants to talk about this. Where was Xana when she made that 215 DoorDash? How do we know that someone just didn't make it from her phone? Again, how do we know that the same person didn't end up killing both people, but it was done at 2 different times? Because it wasn't supposed to happen that way. I don't know. You know, I always thought it was weird, like, they all want to talk about that this happened consecutively. And I'm like, is there a chance that it happened not consecutively and by one person? Because it definitely didn't happen consecutively. I wouldn't buy that if I was in the jury. I wouldn't understand why my logic would tell me, you want me to think that this happened in 3 to 4 minutes, but this person didn't change their gloves, didn't change their clothes, and they didn't transfer anything into that bedroom after stabbing. And then they did have these superficial wounds, which means that somebody went back up there to get into Kaylee and Maddie's neck. And then they still didn't transfer anything. Do you guys think I'm fucking dumb? That's like telling me I can take my little kid and put them I'm going to take my little son when he was like a toddler, take him out of his chair, not clean him up, put him down, go to the bathroom, and I think I'm going to come back and there's not going to be a mess everywhere that my kid went, their hands getting everywhere. Yeah. That's how I'd be breaking it down to the jury. Get all those people to relate with a toddler that you've handled and they're all a mess. And when you pick them up and they start touching you and then your stuff gets all like, you know, nasty, crummy, a mix of all that stuff that you're just like, this is never coming out. They touch everything and it transfers everything. And just to think that, yeah, but Dr. Turvey in the defense is over here saying that's why we think that it's multiple people. That's why we think that it's multiple people. And I'm over here like, I'm with Cy Ray on a couple of the facts that, hey, if you kill people in bed, the bed can absorb everything and there's not going to be, you know, craziness on like the floor, you know, around it. So like, as far as that goes, but what went on in Xana's room? No, this is Xana's in contact with this person, like every which way. There's transfer all over that room. They were swabbing all this stuff that was transferred in all these different locations, okay? They weren't swabbing, they shouldn't be just like these pools of blood. You want to do all the like, you know, when you're, like a glove could have been, you know, up against and rubbing up against, you know, whether it's a bag or the chair. And they tested that stuff. And the defense just came back and was like, listen, they hardly tested anything, and it's true. And you'd want to keep testing it till you found that mixture. Because it's your burden and it's your theory that everybody was killed in this window. And so it's like, why aren't you doing the work to prove that to the jury and to get these kids the justice they deserve? What are you people doing? Like, what's going on here? And these are like lab scientist people, like that doesn't take, like this is what y'all do. And you guys are seeing your own results. And you guys saw the crime scene. And you saw Xana's room. And your theory is that this happened all consecutively and within minutes. Where's the blood that's in Xana's that should have all of these victims' blood all mixed in together and that you can separate them because you have their profiles and you're able to say that this is all there? That this mixture right here, boom. And it's not there. And so I'll give you that this could happen. Sure, you want to go around, know the layout and stab 4 people because they're drunk and they didn't have good like reflexes and all this stuff in, you know, a 10-minute period. Okay, sure. I'll give you that. Okay, sure, check that. you tell me results that tells me that none of the blood is transferred between either one of the rooms, I'm going to say, okay, I take my check back. I can't give you that now. Because now you're going to have to explain why it's like that. And so you're going to get experts in there to just say, what? How are you going to explain that? What I want to hear. And I would just think that everybody would want to hear that. I would think that if I was like, and then you're going to tell me that it was multiple weapons. Then you're going to tell me that people were carved up after the fact when they're dead. And the same person did this. Because wait, remember this whole thing with, oh, Xana interrupted Kaylee and Maddie's killing. Well, then when did somebody go and put all the fine little marks in their neck? None of that I don't know if maybe Cyre's theory is based off of the Paulette Sutton version of events, but she had all the wrong, everything was marked wrong. And she had to come back and say, oh yeah, there is no mixtures like this. Oops, Xana's blood really isn't in the living room. So I couldn't imagine if I was Ann Taylor working with Cyre on this case and not being drove crazy. Or maybe Ann Taylor's over here like, well, no, he actually just stayed right in his lane and all he did was everything that his report says. And we were heavily relying on Cyre to get all of this dismissed ahead of time because this is because of all the lies that made up the probable cause. And now I get it. If Ann Taylor never put in the Franks, that the 1129, if Ann Taylor was being told by someone like Cyre and other people like him that the 11/29/2022 official report existed and that there was nothing to see there with that part of the Franks, I will literally pass out and die. Because that doesn't exist. What I realized is that when I went and looked and I took all of Dylan's statements again and I went and put it down who Dylan talked to before she was given certain statements, and I went back and listened to a couple of the interviews that were done by Yessie, Kennedy, Lakeland, okay? What I see that Dylan did, what it's consistent with, is Dylan told people versions of events that actually pertain to Bethany. I'm trying to make this make sense for you guys. It's like whatever, like Lakeland or Bethany or Kennedy or like all of these people, whatever they said was going on, Dylan took that on and made that into like that she was also a part of that. And so how I'm able to prove this is last night after I watched the Netflix and then after I made my notes, I went back to the Turvey or the Chris Whitcomb book because it had the unredacted interview with Dylan. And I'm able to circle and point to 3 instances where this happened. And this is how I'm going to end on it. So let me grab my book. Hold on. Okay. Again, not for like blaming purposes or anything like that. This is just want to show you what I'm referring to. So if you go to Chris Whitcomb's book, and the only reason I'm telling you to go to it if you have it is because it's because it's unredacted for her interview. And on page 88, Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Okay? Now, number one, Dylan never called Bethany. Okay? Bethany called Dylan. That's how it got kicked off. Okay? So, let me back up here. That's page 88. Dylan said she woke up around 4 o'clock on 11/13/2022 where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing, in the living room. Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, "There is someone here." Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. That happened like right after each other, okay? The whole going up the stairs with Murphy, and she's saying that this was at 4. And what I'm trying to say is, when does the last movements of the phone? I believe this was at 2:53, okay? 2:53. Because that's the only way that that's possible. So this would have began at 2:53. Dylan said at this time she jumped up and locked the door because she did not know what else to do. This is a party house. People come in here all the time. What do you mean there's someone here? Dylan said that she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said that she then tried to call Kaylee. Well, that's impossible. Lana, what do you mean that's impossible? Because she doesn't call Kaylee until after Bethany calls her. And after Bethany first calls her, she doesn't call Kaylee first. She calls Xana first. And then she calls Kaylee. She says, Dylan said that she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said that she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan was asked if she saw anyone come down the stairs or heard anything. Dylan said, "No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was just really random." When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said that she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said that she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but it could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Dylan said she then heard a male's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way, and the voice was one that she had never heard before. Dylan said that she called out to Kaylee again and there was no crying after. This was her first time ever talking to Noonans and did not know what happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again and the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, or a few inches taller, not skinny but athletic, or a few inches lower. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said, "Someone is here," to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said that she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Now, then we're going to go to when then she was interviewed by Gooch. And this is my 3 samples to show. If you go to page 20 or 156 in the book, number 25, she explained when she got to Sigma Chi, the function, she wanted to meet up with Xana and Bethany, and she called Xana on her cell phone to find out which apartment they were in. And she was told they were in apartment 4. Others who were at apartment 4 at this time, were Ethan and his triplet brother, Hunter, Xana, Yessie, Gideon. And right there I stopped when I saw Yessie. I said, that's not accurate. Yessie was at that 21st birthday party off campus first. Yessie was the one that came and arrived later. This is Bethany's. Like, you could not show up and arrive there and Yessie be there when you first got there. It's a false memory. Again, these are her words verbatim. Xana, Yessie, Gideon, Claire's friend. Dylan explained she and Gideon were going in and out of the front of the fraternity lodge together for part of the night. Dylan explained there were not a lot of people at this function. She further explained after she met up with Gideon, and the 2 of them then went to Peter's apartment. She was with Ethan and Xana during part of the night, and Dylan explained Ethan had been trying to get in contact with his sister. Well, that's what she learned about later. So I was like looking at all of this stuff, and I'm just like, when she gave this interview, she learned about that later. Like, did she truly know about that then? Because that's a fact that could have came out later. Dylan did not know what the issue was. She remembered Maisie told her brother that she had not been answering her cell phone because she had been sleeping. Guess when that happened? That after the murders, when they were all talking. So those aren't, like, she's putting herself somewhere, doing something, and using these details to make it seem like, oh yeah, like I know about this because this was happening at this time. And I know about it because I was there, versus I know about this stuff because I've talked to all these people after the fact, and now I've inserted myself in being at certain places. So I was like, well, there's no way in hell that when Dylan arrives, if Dylan arrives and Yessie's there at the Sigma Chi, then you understand that Dylan didn't arrive to the Sigma Chi party until way later. If Yessie's there. Because Yessie didn't get to the Sigma Chi party until later. Remember, Dylan stayed back. Then you go to page 37. Or I'm sorry, 156 at the bottom. The group of them then went to visit Allie, who she had previously met through Xana, and Kenzie was also there, including, she said, Yessie and Gideon. Yessie is saying she never saw Dylan at Allie and Kennedy's house. So again, the group of them then went to visit Allie, who she had previously met through Xana, and Kenzie was also there, including she, Yessie, and Gideon. Jenna, Claire, and Lake were also there, as well as Ava and Zach, Jenna's twin brother. Yessie had no idea where Dylan went after Sigma Chi. Yessie's like, Dylan wanted to go to Kennedy's. I had just arrived at Sigma Chi. I wasn't ready to go. And that's when she was like, I don't know, she just wasn't feeling it. She was like, she wanted to leave Sigma Chi. Dylan did. And Yessie was like, yeah, I wasn't, and so I went off, and the next thing I know, like when I came back, like Dylan was gone, and then I didn't see her the rest of the night. And then we go over to, meaning her and Bethany and some other people, they walk over, she said, her and Bethany walk over to Kennedy's. That's where Allie's at. And when they got there, they said, well, who was there? And she lists the people. They're like, so Dylan wasn't there? No, Dylan wasn't there. And so I'm saying that, again, now, when asked how much alcohol she had consumed, she explained that she had been playing Rage Cage, which she described was a drinking game. And remember, Yessie says that there was no drinking and doing any of that until after Bethany had left, which was after even Dylan. So there was no playing Rage Cage at Kennedy's. She says that she denied there was any drug use and stated that Xana and Ethan used Adderall. Well, Yessie says that it was Dylan that told her when she would come over to that house, oh, Xana and them are in there doing coke. That's who was informing Yessie about the cocaine use in Xana's room, according to Yessie in her interview. So here she's denying that there was any drug use and stated that Xana and Ethan used Adderall. She advised that neither Maddie or Kaylee did drugs, and she explained she nor Bethany never touched that stuff. Now, approximately 20 minutes later, Bethany Funk returned home. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes that Lakeland may have walked home, and the only reason she's saying that is because Bethany told her that. Approximately at 2 or 2:30, she's awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home. Well, that was at 1:56. And they had grub truck food. And they had mac and cheese, which Dylan explained they normally got. All four of them were together, which included Dylan, Bethany, Maddie, and Kaylee. Dylan advised that they were taking selfie videos. Dylan doesn't have any of those videos. Those were Bethany's. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open and she did not see them. And she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact. And then she said she was certain she saw their door open and that they were not home. Like when she got home. Do you want to know what she told Yessie? She told Yessie, because Yessie went to the hotel. And so the Yessie conversation, again, could be like, but that Dylan said that Ethan and Xana were sleeping in bed. That Xana was in bed sleeping. And that's why she didn't go upstairs with them. Because Xana was sleeping in bed. You ready for the next part? So if you knew that Xana was sleeping in bed, that means when you would have walked past the bedroom and saw that now that Xana's like laying on the floor, you would never think that she passed out drunk right there. Because she was just sleeping in the bed. According to what you're saying to Yessie. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home. I'm thinking, why would you lie about this? Why would you lie about what time they got home? Like, how could you possibly fuck this up? Were Ethan and Xana home or not? Like, when your roommates are home. I'm sorry, but this house is tiny, okay? And Lakeland was asked. She then went to bed. This is the order that she goes in. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting Eric, the Uber driver. And it's like she wanted to talk nothing about the time frame between 2:15 and 4 o'clock. It was like off limits, no talking about it. 2:15 to 4. Dylan looked at her phone to determine what time she had texted Eric, the Uber driver, and said her phone said 3:10, but after further discussion, Dylan admitted she was somewhat confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. It was really 2:10 that she had texted him. And Dylan explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of the issue. Specifically during this interview, referencing Boise time instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow with these events were occurring on the 13th of November. She explained she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends. Now, this is where they tipped off Dylan and basically told her, like, hey, we've already went through your phone and there's problems because there's a big, huge gap. And either there's a gap because you stopped using your phone and you went to a different app, or you were deleting stuff. But if they did the cell right, depending on what they did, they're going to know if stuff was deleted. But they let her know that, and they say it like this. She explained that she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends. She advised if there is a lack of texted communications on her cell phone, it was because she had transitioned to using Snapchat app for her communication method. So she transfers right then and there to start using Snapchat. Was she using it at all during the evening, or was she just texting people? She advised that this was her password and this was her login. This is her ID. She's like, she denied knowing her roommates' passwords to their cell phones. And that's what I was telling you guys, is why would you even ask her that question if she knew her roommates' passwords? While they were together, while they were together upstairs in the room, they talked about ordering Grub Truck, and she then texted Eric, the Uber driver at approximately 2:10. She explained she texted Eric in quotes, "Are you driving by chance?" At approximately 3:13, Eric texted her back. She then went to bed. Now I'll tell you this, ready? This is what everybody should think is super fucking weird. You know, on your phone, when you send a text, on a Celebrate, it's going to tell you what time you actually read a text when you got it, though. So you can deliver a text to me right now, and then let's say when I get off my live, I go through and I look at the different text messages I have. It's then going to have that time as the read time. Do you know that the 2:13 a.m. text that she received, now this is really, really important, I think. She just texts him at 2:10. 3 minutes later, he writes her back. She does not open up and read that text message until 4:29 in the morning. 4:29. It's kind of weird. She does not believe Eric ever came to their house because she never responded to his text about the fact that he was still driving. She advised Eric, the Uber driver, is in his late 30s. He's married, blah, blah. Dylan advised she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more Vampire Diaries episodes or if she went to sleep. She is not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain if she locked the sliding door because she was the only one who usually did. That's a complete contradiction of everybody saying that they lock up. But she also volunteered in her statement that she believed that Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding glass door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed ahead of the other roommates. Do you understand that that could not be then Dylan right there by her saying that? You could not attribute that everybody was home by 2 and in their rooms by 4. Dylan has no fucking clue, according to this interview. She said that I was the first one to go to bed. What? I was the first one to go to bed. Okay. Then Dylan then explained that she was awakened to a noise. She was awakened to a noise sometime between 4 and 4:20. That's Bethany's statement. Bethany was awoke to a noise. Remember, Dylan, your story is that you were awake and you heard Kaylee with the dog. Like, oops. She was asked to explain the amount of alcohol she had consumed before going to bed. And she again explained that while she was playing Rage Cage, which included White Claws, part of Lake's Borg, and maybe 2 or 3 more drinks at Allie's house. So she talks about that. At 4:22 a.m., she confirmed this information by looking at her text communication on her cell phone. She texted Kaylee asking her, "What's going on?" She advised her phone said 5:22 a.m., which she advised would have been 4:22 Moscow time. She advised around 4 or 4:20, she heard Kaylee singing and playing music. This is why we didn't get into Kaylee's phone. That statement right there. Kaylee would have to use her phone to play music through a speaker. That would be in her Cellbrite download. Where is it? she heard who she believed was Kaylee walking up the stairs. And Dylan advised that she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," and she sounded frantic. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. She does not believe Murphy is normally a barker. She further explained that she does not know if she actually heard any of this, or whether she was drunk and did not actually hear any of it. She heard the footsteps of who she believed to be Kaylee. She explained all the girls wear Doc Martens, and that is when she believed she was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing her Doc Martens because of the sound of the footsteps coming down the stairs. You want to know when I believe that this was all happening? Guess who was wearing Docs that night? Maddie, not Kaylee. Maddie was wearing Doc Martens. And this is all putting us back at a time frame of way earlier. None of these girls had Doc Martens on anymore when they got home. They're taking that shit off. I've been trying to help people put this all together. Dylan, again in this interview, Dylan says Dylan called Bethany at 4:19 a.m. That did not happen. Bethany called Dylan. Why is this important? Because that's what started everything. Dylan saying that she called Bethany is what you would expect to see if this was the story. That's why this is a story. Bethany calls Dylan, and that's what puts everything in motion. At 4:19, Bethany is the caller. Why? Why did Bethany call Dylan? Why didn't she call Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, Xana? I'll tell you why. I lived with 5 other girls. There were 6 of us. I know the voice of every single one of my roommates, even today. If I was to be in a room blindfolded and they have to say or scream, I'm going to know which one is who. How many years later? There's not a doubt in my mind. Before Maddie's phone stops working or calling, she called Xana, didn't answer, and she calls Bethany, doesn't answer. Then she called Jack D a couple different times, and then that's it. She never calls Dylan. Never calls Ethan. When Bethany would have got her phone and looked at it to go and call, guess what would have popped right up in front of her face? A missed call from who? Maddie. That's what she would have saw. So why didn't, when she saw that she had a missed call from Maddie at 2:53 in the morning, she doesn't know really what time it is, she's all groggy waking up supposedly at 4:19. Why didn't she hit call right back to Maddie? You guys know what it's like when you have an iPhone and you pick it up and it's popped up right there, a missed call? You have to clear out of that screen, and I'm going to go and call Dylan. Well, I'll tell you why I would do that. If the voice that you heard scream was Dylan's, if what you're hearing is Dylan's voice. I'd call Dylan. And you want to know what the truth is, what Bethany said when she said that she called Dylan and asked her, like, hey, did you hear that? No, what are you talking about? You didn't hear that? It was like a firecracker. No, I didn't hear that. And then down the road, she tries to pick it up right at the last minute, and we saw the grand jury stuff come out, and she testified to hearing the firecracker to the grand jury. So it's so important to understand that for when Dylan's saying that she called Bethany and the investigators and even the families thinking that that's the order that happened, that just didn't happen like that. And the grand jury was told it in that order as well. And that's just not accurate. This didn't start by Dylan calling anybody. What happened here is what it seems like and what it could look like and what you could show as the defense is that Bethany was like, what is that? What's going on up there? You know what I mean? And it sounded like this, whatever. And then now we get into, at that point, she's like, oh, let me check. Let me just open up my door. And no, what you would have been telling Bethany at that point when she called you at 419 is, oh my God, I don't know. Kaylee's running down the stairs. She's crying. She said someone's here. Like this is what she would be telling Bethany. Look at the text messages. The text messages say nothing like that. She doesn't say, I just heard Kaylee running down the stairs in her docs. I'm looking out my, I don't know what's going on. Nobody, all she's saying is nobody's answering. So again, it has to go back to what was on this phone call, right? Or what it looks like is that it could be all staged like the Jennifer Drake case. Just like what Eldora did. I'm going to use Brian Drake's phone after he's dead to press send and call Jennifer Drake's. Then you guys have a convo for 9 minutes, fake convo, because he's already dead. And you guys have this conversation for 9 minutes, and then towards the end of it, oh my God, my husband's on the phone. He said he was just shot through the window. And go ahead and call the police and tell them that. Good old Eldora. Last patient with Brian Drake. Same thing. They saw some white truck circling around. That's how they, and it's like, who cares about that fucking white truck? This happened before. It doesn't matter what that white truck's doing. Brian Drake was shot way earlier. And there's eyewitnesses to it that match up with the surveillance that happened before that. And there's no white truck in the parking lot like Eldora says. That's just sitting there waiting. But the movements happen after Eldora's pilot leaves. Oh, how does Eldora know about the white truck doing all that? That means she still must be there. Or she knows the person in the white truck who told her what the fuck that they were doing after her pilot leaves to go to the convenience store. These people are crazy. But that's how you would extend somebody's life. Okay? No different here. That's why I think it's really crucial, this whole 253. Actually, it's crucial from 1 a.m. because we need to find out exactly when Ethan and Xana arrived home. Because there's no transfer in that bedroom. And so I'm just wondering, did Kaylee and Maddie see something that they weren't supposed to see? And that's why they were freaking out and calling Jack D? Because Maddie never does that. Why the fuck was Maddie calling Jack D? She doesn't do that. Kaylee blows people up all the time, right? Okay, great. Not Maddie. Maddie never calls that boy. Why was she calling him? Why does nobody fucking care about that? They trusted him. They trusted him. They wanted to tell him something. That's what it looks like to me. Something that was whack. Now, Dylan says that she called Bethany at 4:19 a.m., then Xana at 4:20. And again, I'm over here saying, well, if you heard Kaylee, why wasn't Kaylee your first call? Then Xana at 4:20, Kaylee at 4:20, and then Bethany again at 4:20. So it was just like, Dylan advised Bethany told her about seeing fireworks. She texted Bethany a last time at 4:27 a.m. before she went to Bethany's room. And this is going to bombshell you. Those of you guys that are new to my channel. She tells them at 4:27, that was my last text to Bethany was at 4:27 a.m. before she went to Bethany's room. 4:27, you know what that means? You ready? What does that mean? Drum roll. That means that she could have never seen the 424 car leaving with the taillights leaving from Bethany's room, could she? Because she didn't go down there yet. There's no way to see the 424 car SUV that left and is passing by that has that loud ass exhaust that the cops went ahead and labeled incorrectly on purpose to some cat lady, Dee Dee. Again, she texted Bethany a last time at 4:27 a.m. before she went to Bethany's room. And you'd have to understand that that's the last text message there, right? You're not going to be texting with Bethany when you're right next to her, right? So this is what she's saying in her interview. But she would have saw the 4:24 a.m. car if she was just still upstairs looking out the window, though, right? From right by the living room? Oh, yeah, she would. And she's just staring down the hallway at Xana? Looking out the window? Not running down anywhere? Yeah, she would. She could. Dylan then explained when she first opened the door and she said she did not see anyone. The second time when she opened the door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying. And Dylan believed Kaylee was in the second floor bedroom or bathroom. She then heard a male's voice, which she said she had never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." Dylan believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom. There's no blood in there. Nothing's going on in the bathroom. And was with the person who was crying. She believed it was Kaylee who was that one that was crying. Dylan stated that now she has gathered additional information. What? She's saying this in an interview. So she now believes it was probably Xana who was crying. What was the additional information? No, you heard what you heard. You know who your roommates are. Maybe, when somebody cries, they can create, your tears are wet and it would produce what? You can dilute things because you're crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, though, she said that she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan, though. She described the last episode of Vampire Diaries, and she remembered it was two males rescuing a female. You guys also know that in that episode, they say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you," right? She advised she opened and closed her door a total of 3 times, and then the 4th time is when she left her bedroom to go downstairs to Bethany's bedroom. Dylan advised she continued to call and text her roommates but received no answers. She provided the times that she called and texted her roommates, and the time span she advised would have been between 4:20 and 4:27 a.m. She advised she never thought about an intruder, and in her mind, she stated she was not processing what was occurring as threatening. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation at Kaylee. Dylan further explained that she Snapchatted Ethan, but received no answer from Ethan. Dylan thought that Ethan was still either at Sigma Chi or was at home. She was not certain. You guys, all of these people have Snapchat maps. You want to know what was another bombshell? In the Netflix, that's why you guys need to watch all of these. In the Netflix, one of the girls that was interviewed, and I just was like, thank you so much for being honest. She was being so honest. She spoke from the heart. And she's like, I checked Snapchat maps, and Xana's location was at her house. Because she was calling Xana, and she wasn't answering. The third time Dylan opened up the door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy. The light was on in her room, though. You guys know that, right? I don't know how anybody could sleep on that bed with all that shit on there. She advised that the killer would have had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought that he would have heard her calling out for them. So not only did she say that they would have heard the phone ringing or me calling them, and then also me yelling out their names. She was saying that she was yelling out their names. She described the item the suspect was holding, which she advised was like a cylinder, and she remembered that a quote-unquote cop was talking about a bow, like a bow and arrow. So she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact shaped like a bow. What cop was saying that it was like a bow? Like Maori? At 4:24 a.m., then Dylan corrected her time and stated at 4:23 a.m., she advised she texted Bethany and they conversed about someone wearing all black. And that's what she's using to say that this was real, because these text messages were there. Something to the effect of, what the fuck, why is Xana wearing all black? And that's not how it was. It was, what the fuck? It was just Xana was wearing all black. And Dylan explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if this was real. At approximately 4:23 a.m., she texted Bethany to tell her she saw a masked suspect in the house. That's not how, I mean, that's what Gooch put in her fucking report, but that's not how that was said. Bethany responded at approximately 4:25 a.m. telling her to come to her Bethany's room. And that's just what's so important. Again, there's another text message and it's at 4:25, which means Dylan's not in that room yet. Which means Dylan could not have seen the 424 car driving away past Bethany's room, like she says, when she sees the car with the tail, all this shit, okay? You could not have seen that car and it be the 424 car, because she's not in Bethany's room yet. She says it's better than being alone. Dylan then left her bedroom after opening her door the fourth time and ran to Bethany's room downstairs. Dylan advised that when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom and could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at the time Xana was passed out. Now, this is what doesn't make any sense to me. What she said to the girls in the hotel room was that Xana and Ethan were sleeping. Like, that's why Xana didn't come upstairs and talk with the rest of the girls at 4. I mean, like, at 2 o'clock when it was just those 4. That's what Yessie said. That Xana was sleeping. That's why it was only those 4 upstairs. If you believe Yessie, then Dylan would know damn well that Xana was in a bed and she didn't pass out drunk on the floor there, because you know that she wasn't there like that before. Or Yessie heard it all wrong. Yessie called in the tip. That's the only reason they ever talked to Yessie. They would have never talked to Yessie. She turned in a tip and hit the tip line up. Dylan said that she never went into Xana's bedroom. And she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to get to Bethany's bedroom. She advised she was too scared, which doesn't make any sense because she said that she didn't perceive any threat. She was too scared to go into Xana's room. She advised that she was too scared to go into Xana's room. Right there, when you're conducting this interview, all of this is contradictory. All of it. And so who could ever just sit there and listen to this contradictory stuff? Are you scared? Are you not scared? Like, because you're trying to understand if this person's lying to you or not. I'm just saying, as an investigator, if this was a guy giving this interview, what do you think would be happening when all of these inconsistencies are happening? Corey Richins much? I mean, we act like it's just do your job. Do your job. Because I don't think it's fair for Dylan to be out here having to like take on all this shit that people are doing, right? Well, I blame that all on the investigators. They didn't do shit. They lied in a probable cause, you guys, about what Dylan said and Bethany said. Why the fuck would they do that to those girls? That's ridiculous. So when Cy wants to get so mad about what people are doing to Dylan and Bethany, you can blame the cops. That's who the fuck did it. They did nothing to help those girls out. Nothing. They made it fucking hell out here for them. And they're trying to remember stuff. And so they're trying to... But their job was to put this all together. And that's not what they did for them. They just left it. And then they fed it to the grand jury in a nice, curated little fucking lie. So, I mean... So anybody that wants to be mad at Bethany or Dylan, you guys, you need to change that up, and it needs to go straight to the fucking cops. The government needs to take that blame. Because the government did nothing about it. And the government made it seem like they're lying when you would ever read the probable cause and then read this shit one day. I mean, Jesus. She advised that she knew the time when Bethany, Kaylee, and Maddie were home and real because she has the video of them together. That's how she's debating if stuff is real or if it's like a dream. She was not certain how Lakeland got home that day. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's just filling in gaps with people when she would hear things. Then on page 166, she advised the last time. So this is from the Netflix. This is what I'm going to... Well, I found it before then, but I'm going to reiterate it more here. She advised so Victoria Gooch says it like this. And Victoria Gooch should realize right then and there, I know why she asked it. She says, when's the last time that you saw Xana? That's how she says it to Dylan. When's the last time that you saw Xana? Do you want to know what the answer should have been? The last time I saw Xana was right before I went down to Bethany's bedroom. That's the last time that she saw Xana. Do you understand that? But she asked her this question, a single question that was not part of let me tell you a story. And when you ask somebody a question where they're not going to go and give you the story, like, oh, well, here, let me go ahead and answer it this way. And then they read a story, like they're giving you like a narrative. Instead of, hey, Victoria Gooch just asked her a direct question. When was the last time you saw Xana? Do you want to know what she said? She should be saying that the last time I saw Xana was right before I went to Bethany's room when I was running downstairs. That's the answer to the question. She was asking her, she's like, Dylan was asked if the first female who was crying was saying anything. What do you mean the first female? And she advised, no, the female was only crying and the male was the only one that was talking. She described the item, and then she comes back and she does this. When's the last time that you saw Xana? And here's her answer. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at Allie's house. How you should have answered that was, wait, what? The last time I saw Xana was in her room before I ran down there. Do you mean before that? That's how you would answer that question. So now let's think about it. When it wasn't a rehearsed saying, when was the last time you saw Xana? And the answer that she gives is an answer that could never even fucking happen. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at Allie's house at approximately 11:04. Dylan confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a White Claw. She was with Kennedy at Allie's house at 12:49 a.m. What the fuck does that have in... What? This is what she's saying in the interview. Well, just so we're clear, Xana was never at Allie or Kennedy. Like, they live at the same place. Kennedy's house is Allie's house. They're roommates. Kennedy was called up not after this interview, before it. Kennedy was called on 11/14 and said, hey, it was asked, like, was Xana at your house last night? Or no, whatever the night was. No, I saw Xana, it was earlier, but she never came to my house that night. Oh, because some people said that she was, that she was over here because we're trying to track down, Xana's whereabouts. So let me get this straight. When Dylan wasn't in a narrative, she then gave an answer that that just did not happen. It's impossible for Dylan to have seen Xana holding a White Claw at Allie's house. That's a false memory. That didn't happen. And she checked her phone to see, and it was looking at and it was using somebody else's stuff. And so I'm over here just like, how do these veteran detectives, how are you not catching all of this? Like, what are you people doing? Not only does she not say that the last time she saw her was in the house on the floor, she then says that the last time she saw her was at a place that she never saw her. And so then you have to ask yourself, what's going on here? Why can't she tell you the last time that she saw her and where it was? Remember the answer. The answer to the question is the last time that Dylan saw Xana was when Dylan, the answer should have been, and that's what tells me that we should be questioning Dylan ever seeing Xana laying on the floor. That's what this means to me. Because when she was asked it outside of giving a narrative, she's talking about at 12. Let's even say that it could be possibly right that Xana was at Allie's, okay? Even though, yes, he's like, nobody, they're like, no, when I went, no, not a single person. It's like Xana doesn't want to put, or Dylan does not want to put Xana and Ethan in that house earlier. Why? And it's very obvious why. Because then they could have been killed earlier. If we don't have them coming to the house until a certain time, then nothing could have happened until that time. But if they're at that house earlier, then they could be dead earlier. Them's are the facts. That's why knowing everything about them matters. And nobody seemed to care. And I keep asking people these questions like, when did Xana get on the Wi-Fi? Didn't their phones have to get back on the Wi-Fi when they came home? What time does it show? Where was Xana when she made that DoorDash order? Nobody knows. Nobody did the work. She further advised that Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency. Because of Ethan's grades, he could not reside at the fraternity. He had his own apartment, but she does not know where his apartment is because she had never been there. Well, thank you for giving me that information. She knows Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed. And Bethany, and from when she saw Xana laying on the floor, but she was not certain about whether Ethan was home. Now, if Yessie is out there and she ever hears this, if she's ever read this book to see these interviews, Yessie and these people have to be saying, what the hell is Dylan talking about? Dylan told me, you know what I mean? Like, we just listened to Yessie's interview with the police because she went to the hotel. And she's like, yeah, Dylan said that Ethan and Xana were sleeping and that the four of them went up to the room when Kaylee and Maddie got home and that Kaylee, that Xana didn't go up there because she was sleeping. So again, she says that she knows that Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed. And Bethany. And she knows that Bethany was home too. How does she know that? How does she know that Bethany didn't dip out and leave? I don't know. But that from when she saw Xana laying on the floor, that's how she knew that she was home at that point. She advised that she left Kennedy and Allie's house at approximately 12:49 a.m. to return home. The same time that she was with Kennedy at Allie's at 12:49. So that's what I was saying earlier when I was like, here guys, I'm going to show you guys how I believe that what happened here is that Dylan asked for copies of everything with people and she acted like she was trying to trace her steps. No, she was trying to put herself where other people were, okay? And that's what I've come to do my timeline. And I'm like, wait a second. We have a little problem here. And trust me, I've paid to get these answers. We've paid a lot of money to get all of these answers. And the answers don't equate. I'm not making any of this shit up. I don't have time for that. But right here, Dylan is advising that she left Kennedy and Allie's house at approximately 12:49 a.m. to return home. No, she did not. That's the same time that she's claiming that she saw Xana holding a White Claw at Kennedy's. Oops, that didn't happen either. Dylan said that she is certain at 3:11 a.m., which she thought was 2:11, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house at 2:11. Because at 2:10, she texted Eric about the food. She's like, I am certain at 2:11, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house. She was not certain about Xana and Ethan because she does not know when they came home. And that's wild because then you look at the probable cause. Again, the biggest lie, that everybody was home by 2. Nobody told the cops that. Nobody told the police that. Why did the cops say that, though? And maybe they're like, well, it wasn't a lie. We're saying everybody's home by 2. Ethan and Xana, they could have been home at, 12 or 1. But I'm like, what? I'm like, the person is saying that they weren't home, so you can't say that. You cannot say that they were home by 2. Because the person that's actually giving you this information is saying that they're not home. I have no idea where they were. Because I have no idea when they came home. And I'm over here like, She denied perceiving a threat, even after encountering the male in the hallway. She said there were people coming in and out of the house all the time. So then why the fuck are you scared? Even to begin with. It doesn't make any sense if people are coming in and out of the house all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like. Who cares? He had a mask on. When asked if any of her roommates told her about prior incidences involving anything that occurred with them, she advised that Kaylee told them about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy about a subject who had been watching her. This subject was in the apartments above the girls' residence. Don't you think that you would, go to the apartments and start talking to people after this? Why would we do something like that? That's just too fucking normal. They didn't do anything like that. There is not an interview with any of those people up in the apartments. They weren't even getting their names. This is fucking crazy. Broken plea. What do you guys got? Chat, what do you think? Nuts. Moto man, what's good? Lana, are you laughing because you think it's funny, or is it, or what's in the water bottle? I don't have a water bottle tonight. I'm still wondering why people shot their dicks off today. Gift Crime Taurus, what's up? 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. People are over here just blowing off their dicks, and I'm trying to understand why. Did you see Kaylee's mom said she hoped BK kills someone else's family on their what? Yeah, she also apologized because she was really upset. So we have to say both things. We're going to say one thing. We're going to say both things. She came out and issued an apology. And I just don't think people realize that their daughter was murdered. I try to be objective and look at things, but I can tell you if my kid was killed, what type of objectivity are you going to have? It's sad that they've been lied to by authorities, and they continue to be lied to. Cy-Ray is on someone else's payroll now, says the Beehive. I don't know. I just think he wants Ann Taylor's attention. He's mad that Turvey gets a letter and he doesn't. Pav makes a good point. The Cy-Ray is playing the heel to get the families, BK guilters, and even Nancy Grace to demand a trial. Well, I'm demanding a trial too. There's a way to go about it, but you would have to say, I think the way that you go about it is you put the pressure on the state. I want to know when Brian Colbert is going to be added to the wrongful death suit. Pav mentioned something interesting. A made mobile advising ID, yep, is a unique device code used by apps and data brokers to track your phone activity. What's interesting about that? Oh, what the hell did I just do? What do you mean? But I don't understand something. What's interesting about that? That's what Cyree was talking about today. Cyree put that out today about that. Wonder if Cyree have financial interest in the new technology in which has grown hugely dependent on outcomes of this case. I can't speak for, I have no idea what Cy's doing and what he thinks. I said, show the exhibits. Show your work. Marlena, Lana, kick ass. Thank you for always giving an outstanding breakdown explanation of the Idaho4 documents. We try over here. I just know that if I have an argument, I could be wrong, but I'm going to show you why I have a stance in my argument. Here, this is what I see. This is how I see it. Show me that I'm wrong. Give me more material, and then I can see it a different way, you know? And what I just see right here is that 16 experts, to include Cyree, like blew the state's case out of the water as far as expert reports go. And there was hella reasonable doubt. And that's me thinking that if all the evidence gets in, even if all the evidence gets in, there's hella reasonable doubt. And so to think that if almost none of the evidence gets in, there's not a case. I'd be suing everybody and their fucking mother. I'd be suing WSU. I would, like, Masco Police Department is the first people I would have sued. I mean, I put this stuff out there in black and white. They were understaffed that night. Why? What were they doing? And why did they have all these people working a plain clothing operation and then deleting all their names to not get reimbursement and act like they just didn't work? And hey, we're like, what would they pay these people in petty cash? I'm right on top of that, Rose. I would like to hope that for all the beautiful newbies here, Lana passed her audition. Nah. What do you think the G family is hiding that they are going against finding? I don't think they're hiding anything. The G's? You guys, they've been lied to for 3 fucking years. Their kid was murdered. All these families the kids were murdered, and then they were lied to by law enforcement. And Brian Colbert could be the fucking one that did all of this. But because they chose to run the most ridiculous investigation that ever has fucking graced the planet. In a quadruple homicide where you have the FBI, you have all these resources. How are you royally fucking this up? Acting like you don't have the resources. And there's only one answer for me that makes sense. And they were just so worried about covering their own asses. And when I'm saying their own asses, I'm talking about the universities. Like, we are covering the universities at all costs, okay? Everything has to be run through us because guess what? We are going to be looking at lawsuits out our asses. We need to, like, nobody be talking about this. Blah, 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 blah. Like, come on, guys. And so, and they covered, like, themselves, like the law enforcement. I mean, that's what shows me. So that the ugliness against everyone for what reason? What's in his closet? Who? No. Listen. If somebody told you that they had all of this evidence that pointed to this man's guilt and that, would you not believe law enforcement? And who cares what some fucking people are saying with names that are like, burn me over and these online names. Who gives a fuck what people are saying online? You think they're going to believe people online? Why would they ever believe people online? Why would they ever think that law enforcement's not being honest with them? I mean, Cyree told them today in that interview that I'm sorry who's ever telling you this stuff, but they're not being truthful to you. They've been lied to for fucking 3 years. Let's go bring all the smoke. Yeah. Start asking some fastballs. You know what? Put Ed Jacobson. Brian Enton, got another big banger for you. I want Ed Jacobson on with us. Ed Jacobson, and Steve in the kitchen with the candlestick. That's the next one I want. And throw some fucking heat up that man's ass. Ed Jacobson, come on. Bet you $1 million he will never take that interview. He just did Netflix. Get his ass out here. Cyree, bring him some fire. Hoffy Master. Thank you so much, Hoffy Master. You're the best. Passing the love around. The Beehive. This is why I've always said Ethan was first. Yeah. Makes you wonder. Wouldn't you take out the most, and according to what Cyree and them talked about today, that Brian he was just planning on being a killing machine. So he wanted to just kill. And so if he's been stalking that house, he knows that a dude's always there, right? Wouldn't you have to take out the guy first? And then the reason that he didn't kill Dylan is because he got tired? Interesting. Yeah, and he had to speed away because he knew that 911 was going to be called. And then he didn't go left because he would have to go by the police station. Dude, you don't think that Brian Kober would know that there's only 3 officers working and they fucking suck? I think that he would have known that. If you're going to give the guy all the credit in the world, then you better give him the credit to know that there's just no cops out. They don't even have detectives working. They have nobody working. And their police officers, they fuck on the job. So they're probably banging people. That's what they do in WSU in Moscow. When they work their shifts, they're just banging away. Allegedly, supposedly, 2 weeks before that. You guys know what came out, right? Thank you for mentioning Dylan, because nothing happens in Moscow. Please continue your work. EHB. Yeah, but you guys, she kept on saying, you have to give Dylan some credit here. She kept on saying, I don't know if any of this is true. Okay, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate your honesty. I don't know if any of this is true. I have really fucked up dreams. She told them all of this stuff. And then they just didn't look at her phone and didn't take a peek and see, who's to say that these girls didn't panic and they were like, oh my God, what are we supposed to do? And they're going to think that we did it and we didn't do anything. And, I don't know. Just these cops did nothing to get to the bottom of it. It's their fucking fault. All of this is their fault. It's the killer's fault, or killers, plural, and the police and the prosecution. If you move this blame anywhere out of that circle, the prosecution, law enforcement all around, okay? If you move the blame from any of those people, you're in the wrong. They didn't do their jobs. And then the damage that caused these fucking families, their kids are already gone. Nothing is bringing them back. But you know what? You could do the right thing and take your time and really truly do a good investigation. And you brought all these resources in. But no, they chose money. The universities chose money over getting justice. And so that's the price to pay. That's the price that's going to come out of this. The 4 kids paid the ultimate price of their lives. And now you have these families paying the price of all of this shit coming out again. And now you have a defense expert in a live interview with, holy shit, the Gonsalveses. And they're over here. And basically Cy is telling them, listen, I was right about it all. And there is no probable cause here, and Brian's going to get, this appeal is going to go through. It's eventually going to go through. If Hitler denies it, he's going up higher, and they are going to allow it because of Garza. It's eventually going to happen. And the longer that it takes, then they're waiting on another case that's going to overturn, IGG land. So basically, Cy Ray laid this all out for the G's in that hour and 30 minutes. Then Cy Ray decides to tell the world that Ann Taylor and Brian Kober are having an inappropriate relationship. Like, sign away, here you go. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Like, what is Cy Ray thinking saying that? Like I said, I think he wanted a letter from Ann because Turvey got one, he wants one. But I want Ann to be really careful about that because I think he's trying to get you to do something so that you both break this NDA and to get him out of the NDA or something. That's why I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything. Because something's whacked to me with that. And I think that they're trying to play, I don't know. Before I went to dinner, I was like, wow, Cy Ray just came out here and blew his dick off. And is he the only one that's playing checkers and chess? Nobody else is playing. It just seems like he's playing and nobody else is playing. He's just, I don't know. Then I was like, maybe he's just playing Battleship and he's blowing up his own ships. And I was like, well, I know what's going to come out of this is that his work is right about everything to do with the probable cause. His affidavit, if that's what he wants. I mean, but Brian Kober is going to walk because of this. That's what I believe. Because all the evidence that they obtained illegally, and it goes away. And I think that Cy thinks that he can still get Brian Kober, even if the evidence goes. And I think he's banking on something that isn't there. Like I said, I did the work. I don't know. Lana, Cy shit in his own Easter basket, in my opinion. Amanda, I think you'd be the best to defend him. No, I wouldn't be the best to defend him. He needs a really good litigator, but I would definitely be probably one of the best people to provide the information and sort it all out to show you what you're dealing with. I mean, I wonder what all of these researchers that Ann Taylor has, like people that are her investigators, I wonder what the fuck they're thinking, Cy is going to get sued. I don't even know. What do you think Brian Koberger's parents are saying right now? Are you saying Ann Taylor is trying to do the splits of my son's dick? What are you talking about? Inappropriate relationships? What are you talking about? What do you mean Ann Taylor's still hanging around? What? Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Come on, Jenny. Jenny's like, yeah. Where you at, Jenny? You know what I'm talking about, Jenny. God. Turtle Boy, you should have done your work in Idaho, man. Sick. Seems healthy to me. Yeah, Cy Ray's over here talking about this. He's never ever seen Brian Koberger and Ann Taylor. When has he ever seen them interact? When was he ever with Ann Taylor and Brian Koberger in the same settings and going through shit together? I want to know that. So to say that there's like this, I knew that Ann Taylor believed in Brian Koberger's innocence. And I knew that never changed. And so that's why I was like, what the fuck's going on with this plea deal? Like, she believes in his innocence. He said he never met or spoke to Brian. I know that he wanted to. He wanted to interview him. He wanted to interrogate him. I know that. He wanted to interrogate Brian Kohlberger. Who says that shit as an expert? You know, here, let me interview him. Let me interrogate him if you think he's so innocent. What? Really weird shit. I don't know what the hell was going on. What do you think Bicka Barlow's doing right now? You think Bicka Barlow's like, what the fuck did I get myself into? What do you think about him saying that Anne's just going to die on the sword? Die on what sword? Oh, and then what about him saying that Brent Turvey and Ann Taylor are like, this is all like an act, and they're acting like they're at odds, but they're really not at odds. And this is a big scam. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, why are you saying this stuff? Why are you giving this stuff? Do you think Hitler's probably over here like, God damn, I knew that guy was a conspiracy theorist, but shit. Now he's going after his own. He first went after the prosecution. And now he's going after his own team. Oh, shit. And then Brian Etton's over there like, I don't even know what's going on for an hour and 32 minutes. My platform has just gotten rocked, but, you know, it's like nothing I've ever done before. I've never really done this before. You know, you hear him in the beginning and at the end. Poor Brian. Brian, your platform was... It was for the reach, child. Just go for those walks, man. It's going to be okay. And now you know Ashley Banfield. She's like, are you fucking kidding me? Brian Enton gets that and I don't get that? Well, yeah, because Brian Enton was going to sit there and it was going to be unfettered. No, he's not going to interrupt you. And Ashley, you nor me, we could never be the person that's hosting that. He didn't even know what to say. Brian Enton was like, Brian Enton was like, can we back up to this? Cy Ray is putting Brian Kohlberger in the living room? It's like, before the murders happened, like, what? And then here's Brian Enton. Brian Enton, why don't you have his report out to say, well, then, Cy, why did you say any of this shit in your report? What is going on here? Well, because that's not how experts work. Let me tell you how experts work. See, that's just my report because that's just what I was going to say at trial. What? You know what I mean? Like, come on. So I guess we're just going to out the whole system. And I'm game for that. But what's going to happen is if we're truly going to be honest about taking down the system, you have to understand that the person in this case is going to walk. Because all the evidence was obtained illegally. And so you don't have a case at the end. And that's when Cy's over here talking about, well, let's get him the right way. And I'm like, oh God, well, you better get your asses in the Snake River and go find yourself a fucking knife. Get some dive teams out there. Because we were eventually going to get to Brian Kohlberger by what Cy is saying, because he's saying that the IGG would be tossed, because wait for a couple years, and the appeals on how long this is going to take, by the time that it would get back into the courtroom, then it's not retroactive. It's already case law, and you're going to trial for the first time. This is some Real Housewives of Moscow shit. I don't even know. Cy is dress rehearsing the G's. I'm here for the complete overhaul of the system with the bad actors. Why are we like if you're going to do it, you have to do it right, and you got to do it across the board, right? Somebody wrote in the comment section, well, it looks like Cy Ray took an early retirement. Like, basically, they're alluding to the fact that, well, he's never going to be an expert witness again. I don't know. I'm over here just... Jenny says, dude, it took me a minute, but I was picking up what you were putting down. Hop on that dick and do the full splits, bitch. Jenny, I love your ass. Sometimes you just gotta, laugh it up a little bit. Katie said, you're kicking ass and taking names. Deanne, Joe, thank you so much. Tamantha, thanks for all your work and keeping me company. Jenny says, for bitch, you better smile. Guys, thank you so much for the cash apps, snapbacks, and tattoos. I still want to know why Brian Kober needed an alibi on July 12th. I'm still struggling with that one. Anything else? You guys are great. Oh, God. I mean, this case is on fire. This case is on fire. Allegedly, supposedly, Brian Kober's family's out now. They came out of the closet. I guess they're over here. Some people are writing in chat. I have no idea what's going on. As far as like the parents or Brian's family or anything like that. What are the odds that on the night that 4 kids would get murdered, that the undercover cops pull over a silver Hyundai Elantra 2013, everything that they're looking for, and then they destroy the body cams because they had this report locked for all these years. They destroy the body cams, and that tells me that it did not make it into the discovery. So Ann Taylor doesn't even know this exists. You understand that? On the night of the murders, the undercover people pull over a 2013 Hyundai Elantra Silver in the sorority parking lot from 1:43 to 2:25 a.m. And then fast forward, and that, on the night of the murders, we're looking for a Hyundai Elantra 2013. And to this day right now, I don't know whose car that really truly belonged to. Just because 4 girls were in there, whose vehicle was it? Who could have drove it afterwards? Like, let's be honest, in college, we let our friends drive our cars. And then fucking Daniel Tanego. What are the odds that the motherfucker who queried his Pennsylvania plate when he didn't have it on his car anymore, his last 4 digits are the same as Brian's, except you have to just flip 2 of the numbers. And then that would be the same mistake that Payne did when he was writing up one of his reports / probable cause statements. Can you guys believe that shit? That's wild. Yeah. Aussie girl says, yeah. Brett Kopaka had a silver Elantra as well. First, I thought Brian Enton had sunstroke. Then he was overtired. Then he was having a stroke. Then he was just meditating. Then he was hearing a foreign language and couldn't translate. Tina, what the fuck? Dude, that's priceless. Let me just show you. Where is this? Brian Enton's. Oh, Brian Enton, what have you done? Brian Enton's like, what have I done? Oh my God, speaking of crazy people, Natasha Cooper was going off today. I don't know, I think she's on TikTok and was just staring into her screen like this and like going nuts on Cyree and just loving on Brent Turvey. Like, Brent Turvey's the best ever since the West Memphis 3 case. And I love him. He's the fucking best. And Cyree, you motherfucker. And I'm just over here like, oh my God, Natasha Cooper, where have you been? Brian Enton. I cannot believe that this only has 241,000 views. How does it not have more than that?
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. I've ever done is it's different than any other episode I've ever done, and you're going to see why, the format, and it might be different than something I've ever done since I started. Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody for watching and everybody who has subscribed. This episode it's different than any other episode I've ever done, and you're going to see why, the format, and it might be different than something I've ever done since I started being a journalist, and I'll explain that in a second. But I'm talking.
He had to say that twice. It might be different than anything I've ever done. It might be different than anything I've ever done. Ashley Banfield's like, no, man. That's nothing compared to the fucking interviews I'd get with Epstein. And we can't talk about that, though.
To one of the Bryan Kohberger defense experts, someone who worked for the Bryan Kohberger defense team when they were getting ready for the trial, when they thought there would be a trial. And his name is Cyree. He was an expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode, and he's going to explain why he believes these things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Bryan Kohberger was inside the house at 1122 King Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan lived.
Well, no shit. He thinks he was in there because he thinks he killed him, but he thinks he was in the living room. In the living room. In the living room. Just playing. He also thinks that he was at like a party there and that people wouldn't have even known. I'm like, what? Every single person that they asked in an interview said, yeah, no, we know who's there. Like, randoms just don't hang out. This is nuts. Weird to me. Anyways, then he says here at the end, where is it?
We do appreciate it. Thank you, Steve, for coming on the show. And again, I know it's kind of a unique format and not something I've ever really done.
Brian, they just ran a train on you. They just ran a train on you.
Before, but kind of a unique format and not something I've ever really done before. But look, they wanted to ask Cy questions and he agreed to it, and I thought it would be interesting and we would all learn.
He's like, I thought we could all learn.
Look, they wanted to ask Cy questions and he agreed to it, and I thought it would be interesting and we would all learn something new about the case and about what was going on behind the scenes on the defense side and about what they knew. And again, there was a ton of new information that I learned. So I'll keep an eye on everything. You know, Brian Koberger now just...
Okay, you're going to keep an eye on everything. Thank you so much. Keep an eye on everything because we have no idea. Today, dicks are getting blown off. Tomorrow, a couple limbs. You know, I'm so glad that he's going to be keeping an eye on everything, though. Like, oh my God. He is in nerves and shocks. He's like, you guys have no clue what just happened. I had no idea it was going to go down like that. Nah, come on. He's like, I just thought we would learn a couple things.
Judge Hippler has agreed that Brian Koberger can get a new lawyer through the the public defender's office in Idaho. So we'll see where all this goes in terms of his desire for a new trial and to change his plea. Seems like an...
You guys, where is he walking around some business?
uphill battle, but we'll see how it plays out. I'll keep an eye on everything as I have since I started covering the Idaho case. I appreciate you guys for watching. I
appreciate you, Ryan, even though I give you a hard time. You know, not everybody can just take it. So I do appreciate you. I have no idea though. Like, he's like, oh my God, you're never going to believe what happened today. You know, fuck. Oh my God. Okay, guys. We can all go to sleep now. Did anybody else come out and just like say like what the hell did they watch today? Is anybody like commenting on any of this? I'm just shocked. That should have like 1 million views. You know, how does that not have 1 million views? I think it needs to have more views. I'm gonna share it. I thought I did share it. I'll share it again. No, say it isn't time to go. Not me at work. So they chose that type of car because it was really out there that night. He's like Ralph from The Simpsons. My mind is fucked after today. No way sleep isn't happening. Just keep doing cartwheels. I got so many fucking interesting emails today and yesterday and Monday. The emails that I've been receiving have been absolutely out of this world. Like, I can't even fucking believe the emails I'm receiving. Nancy Grace is pissed. She's like, why the hell didn't you guys come and do that on my channel? Like, what the hell is going on? Nancy, no offense. but you interrupt every 2 minutes. We wouldn't have gotten any information out there. Brian Enton was the perfect person. Brian Enton has been supporting us, and he has a strong reach, and he listens. Nancy, he fucking listens, and you do not. So he's also put in a ton of work. You haven't done one FOIA request, Nancy. Of course you're not getting this interview. So I think Brian Enton was the perfect choice, by the way. I completely agree. Brian Enton, I completely agree with Olivia. The perfect choice, 1000%, Brian Enton was that. Ain't no way a train getting run on my motherfucking ass. I ain't getting fucked and no one's naked. Ah, shit. Lana, quick question. Is there an LE member named or referenced to as Goose? I don't know. Like, nickname? I saw it on Jay Embry's community page, then went and searched it up. It was posted yesterday, I think. What was that? I don't know. Enton knows to shut his mouth and sit when he is in frozen shock. Yeah. Black Cat Jam, I just love it. How many how many mods are still awake, you guys? It's like 2:47 in the morning. What the hell? Wait, yeah, nicknamed Grey Goose or just Goose? Grey Goose, that's a fucking liquor. Sai actually said BK and AT are banging. No, he did not say that. He did not say that. Boston, no way, girl. Boston, what do you think about this shit? What do you think about this shit? Oh wait, you know what? Maybe I don't think I can pull it up. I don't have TikTok. I don't do TikTok. I'm not a TikToker. Let me see if I can just pull it up from its like regular. True crime.
How many places do you know that unknown male DNA was found in the Idaho4 house?
Okay, hold on. Wait, why was that just it? Is there more?
Unknown male DNA that was mixed with one of the victim's blood.
Okay, I'm going to share something. From a blast from the past. Ready for this? Blast from the past.
How many actual locations do you know based on the actual documentation released from law enforcement? And were all of those unknown male DNAs the same person? Because that has never been shown. It is not in any of the documents.
If the unknown male DNA that is shown is the same unknown male. But we know that in a mixture with one of the victim's blood, male DNA was found, unknown male DNA was found in at least these locations, possibly more. Xana's bedroom, on the 3rd floor banister, the north wall of the 2nd to 3rd floor stairwell, on the half wall on the 2nd floor, on Maddie's door, outside and inside, on the 1st floor banister going down to the front door, in the 1st floor bathroom drain, and in the 1st floor spare bedroom that Maddie and Kaylee used as an office. All of this unknown male DNA was mixed with one of the victim's blood.
What is shit?
The victim, one of them, was the primary contributor. There was also an unknown male's DNA mixed in. Was it the same unknown male? Or was there more than one unknown male? Do you know the answer to that question? Because I can't find it. If you know, I would love to know the answer.
What the fuck is this? Where's like her new one? I thought she was doing like a big like thing about Brent Turvey. I don't know how to work TikTok. I have no idea. July 11, 2026, Natasha Cooper crossed the line. I challenge you to a shooting competition in 36 hours. What is this shit? I don't even know. Natasha Cooper's wild as fuck. She's wrong. She has no fucking idea what she's talking about. I think she responded to Psy. And so I wanted to see what she was saying. These idiots. Let's see. Okay, we'll just end it here for the night. It's a perfect place to end. You know what? After everything that we've seen, I think I need to have a tarot card reader come on. You know, can the Ford Explorer belonging to Ethan be FOIA for? That's what I'm trying. That's in there. I'm trying to get that. Everybody sleep well. Everybody sleep well. I mean, I just think we need someone to read some cards up here. Baby Jesus. We're going to do a wild one, though. I want to read somebody else's cards. I want to do a fake tarot reading. I'm just going to make up my own cards. How about that? You guys want to come and see my fake reading with my fake findings? I'm going to make up my own Idaho4 cards. We're going to read some fake cards. All right, guys. See you in the next one. Thank you so much. Peace out. Thank you, moderators. You guys rock. Boom.